I need to start a little early because someone is right behind me being very cute. You'll never guess who it might be. Hold on, let's see if I can capture this better. Hey, Mandalore, do you have anything you want to say? Are you just begging for food? Yeah? You just want some food? He's on an automatic feeder, so... it's a personal problem, really. Hi, everyone. How's it going? Happy Tuesday. I hope everyone's having a great week. Hope you're all doing well. Hope you enjoyed the bonus Mandalore jump scare. He's still behind me. He still really wants some food. Buddy, you're on an automatic feeder. I don't know what to tell you. I literally can't help you. It's not me, dude. I think Mandalore might say hi to you guys, but I don't know. How's everyone doing? Hello, Sonic. Hello, Scythen. And to all the lurkers out there. I'm continuing my fishing in odd spots in the world journey. Curious if anyone can guess where I am right now. Well, I'll never mind. I put it in the stream. You can guess where you probably know where I am if you can read. Scythen, the fact that you guessed Ashenvale and the answer's on stream tells me everything I need to know about lunatics now. It says Crescent Grove on stream. I think I thought of this one. There's a couple other spots. There's one spot someone said you can do kind of like sky fishing. I lost the coordinates to it, but it's somewhere in Feralis. You can do like fishing kind of in a spot. I'll have to try to... I wish I could dig up the notes. I forgot to write it down. I should have wrote it down. There was... I think there was a couple spots in Black Fathom Deeps I wanted to check out too, because if I recall correctly, there's like a small expansion area in Black Fathom Deeps with a satyr, and I think there's some water features in there, so I might want to check that out. I don't remember Black Fathom Deeps that well, so maybe that one will be a bust. There's a couple other spots as well. The water features outside of Dragon Maw Retreat, I think it is. That might have some interesting fish. I don't know if that's going to count as wetlands, if that's going to count as Loch Modan or be something else. So that could be an interesting spot to check. If anyone has any suggestions on odd places to go fishing to check out, we'll give it a look-see. Generally, what I'll do is I'll set up for fishing. I'll make sure I'm actually catching something, and then I'll start blabbing. Hey, hold on, wait. Let me see where Adrian Dimitri, thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks for watching along. Thanks for being entertained, and thanks for having a good time. I'm always trying to be doing good vibes here. Happy to see you in chat. All right, so we do have this Joker here. I might as well take him out just because he's here. I don't think he has anything particularly rare, but I'll take him out. I have a ZG buff, which is funny to me. Completely unnecessary use of evasion. Oh, okay, they're knocking me down. That's not cool. Oh, jeez, what's going on? Whoa, okay. Whoa. I didn't realize he's like that. So, fun story. If you're a rogue, you can't dodge when you get knocked down. And all those guys did was knock me down. So, guess I'm not killing him. Interesting. I probably could have bursted him down anyway, but... that is kind of a hardcore trap. I didn't realize... Sorry, Keeper Renathos. I was not familiar with your game. I could still fish in your waters, though. So, you can't stop me from doing that. Let's see what you might have. Let's just make sure I actually catch fish. It didn't immediately kick me out, so that's a good sign. And there might just be dead catches, so we'll see. Also, there's 2 water features in here, so I want to check out both in case it is a valid catch. I think my fishing skill should be high enough for Crescent Grove, but we'll see. I didn't catch anything. That's unfortunate. Let's check the water over here, I guess. Anyway, while I'm riding over there, so there's a couple... I actually got a couple scoops as far as news goes. If you happen to bump into my news programming for the week, my normal Turtle Wow radio news, I did drop the news already. But if you didn't know, there's something that was kind of not put into any of the patch notes that I really feel like the community should be aware of, just so they're prepared and know and they aren't caught completely flat-footed. Mainly this one thing. So, you may not know this. I mean, many of you know that they are doing something with the survival secondary profession. I think we all know that, right? There's going to be a big overhaul. Here's what you might not know. Everyone is getting reset to 0. You will effectively unlearn survival. Any patterns you already know, any of that stuff, it is lost to time. Now, before you get your pitchforks out, one thing I want to point out. I've trained survival up as far as it goes, right? What doesn't look right here? I mean, immediately you see that my survival is 150. That's the maximum you can learn. I really want to make this clear because I asked a lot of questions about this. Survival is very hacky. And I mean that in like the computer term. It is a hacked, buggy mess. Any long-term Turtle WoW veteran probably knows this as well. But they're doing a couple things to alleviate some of the stress, right? One is that there will be trainers for survival in all of it, like every city in Azeroth. I don't know if there's going to be some in like leveling towns, but I do know every city is going to have a survival trainer. And this is important. That way Nessingwary's camp isn't like a giant mob of people trying to do the same thing. It's going to be completely revamped, so we don't know what that's going to look like. But especially for veterans like myself, you need to know that this is going away. I will no longer know how to make cleaning cloths. The patterns are staying in, like they will exist, just in a different form. Whether you learn them from a trainer or whether you learn them from a pattern, that's completely different. So just do be aware of that, because I feel like that that wasn't mentioned in any of the literature, and people do need to know that. You better be prepared for the patch. That's one thing I didn't want to forget to say it. Also, I'm going to check the other water here. I think it's all going to be dead catches here. I think this is kind of a dead end. Lizzie Babs, Cyborg Bob, Designer Dave, and Ziwas. Hello. Well, yeah, Designer Dave, I would have saved the evasion if it wasn't for the fact that those trees knock down. And for some reason, knockdown, like, just doesn't care about the evasion amount sometimes. So if you go, unfortunately, those trees, they gang up on you, right? And when they gang up on you, they're going to come from every angle. You can't dodge stuff from behind. So just one of them needs to knock me down, then all of them can hit me. And when there's like a dozen of them, I can't survive that. Rodfather, hello. Everyone say hello to the absolute goat of fishing himself, Rodfather. Or as I know him as, Rodfather Fishslayer. Because he is the title. Yeah, I don't think there's any fishing in Crescent Grove. This is very sad. This is a big bummer for me. I thought there was going to be some. Other dungeons have fishing. Now, we tried, last stream we did Dire Maul East and surprised everyone when you found out you can catch nightfin even when it's not night. And yep, there's no fish here. I'm going to try Black Fathom Deeps, I guess. We'll see what we get there. Because as I recall, someone could correct me. I'm pretty sure there is an expanded area to Black Fathom Deeps. I distinctly remember something about like a Seder area. I hadn't done the area. I haven't really leveled anyone up, or had any reason to go there. There could also be fishing in the Murloc area as well, so we might check that out too. Just saw there is a Firefly cartoon coming. So cool. I never got into Firefly. I don't know why I didn't. It's probably right up my alley, but I just never did. But that's exciting because I know my friends that like Firefly, it's hard to get them to shut up about it once they get started. So I'm assuming they really like it. And, as someone who has trouble shutting up about stuff I'm passionate about, I get it. I get it. I don't know if it's worth the risk. Do you guys know the troll caves in Hyjal? Do you think there's water in any of those? I don't think there is. It's kind of a buggy mess, but I'd be curious about the water there too, if there is water. Deserter Dave, I have definitely heard this before. Yours is not a unique complaint. I have heard these words uttered many times about the ill fate of that show. It really does seem like a squandered opportunity. Is that like a... I might just swim across. Boom. I really thought I'd get something in Crescent Grove. Wait, I have a second ring that does that too. Where is it? The more I see humans being spacefaring, and the more I remember about how reality is right now, the more it feels like high fantasy to think of humans in space. I say that as a Star Trek fan, too. Someone who wants to believe in a world that Gene Roddenberry imagined that was like post-scarcity and everything could be figured out through diplomacy. I have not, Lizzie Babs, and I'm going to be real with you. Much of the new Star Trek I've seen has not, to me, felt like Star Trek. I tried Strange New Worlds, and I think Strange New Worlds, on its own, might stand as like a sci-fi show that happens to exist in Star Trek universe. It just doesn't feel like a Star Trek to me. The nature of the shows are very different. I didn't watch Discovery. I will say though, I think I'm not alone in this. If you're looking to scratch that Star Trek itch in the 2020s, might I suggest Lower Decks? And even if you're a little off-put by the fact that it's animation, and certainly in the first couple episodes, it seems a bit more spastic and slapstick. By like mid-season 1 and later, it feels like a Star Trek show. Like, I'm not even joking. It feels right. And yeah, Designer Dave, you're absolutely right. The Orville, I think, is the one that's copied the formula best, where it's like a character drama. I mean, Lower Decks can have those moments, but it's a bit more lighthearted. But there's definitely drama in it. Whereas something like the Orville is just Seth MacFarlane understands what Star Trek was, because I mean, honestly, it's a was. It's not really going to be that way anymore. Not with a Paramount in charge of Star Trek. So it is really good. Actually, so someone asked me, they're like, Vrograg, like, what do you think of the Orville? And I just said, I said, 100 cigarettes. I will say too, the show genuinely caught me flat-footed when I was watching it blind for the first time, with the drama of the couple. I'm not going to spoil anything in case you happen to blind watch it. Also, I can't remember the name of the race, but the race that had a natural child, and that was a big issue, and that was a big court case. That drama, I was like, oh my god, I'm in. I'm sold. It caught me flat-footed. It was convincing. It was well acted. It was so good. It was everything I had been looking for. And then I was hooked since then. Is it 5? I can't remember the number. I wanted to say 600. I'm like, no. It was, I saw this, and I'm not even kidding. It's funny you mentioned this too, Lizzie Babs, about the cigarettes. Someone I saw wrote on like an Orville subreddit. It's like, why can no one smoke in this universe if they said they already cured cancer? And I, like, my actually so badly got triggered. I'm like, because emphysema isn't a cancer. But I left it alone. I'm sure someone else said it for me. Yeah. Even though I'm a vapor, guys, I have lost a parent who is a smoker to lung cancer, so I'm really not a big fan of smoking. I know it might seem a bit disingenuous for me to say that while I'm a vapor. And fair enough. I mean, I used to be a big time smoker, and I at least stopped doing that. I'm a believer in harm reduction would be the best way of putting it. I really like nicotine, guys, though. I'm not gonna front. I'm not gonna lie. I really like nicotine. It's the bee's knees. All right. I bet you I can probably fish in here. Oh, it didn't lay in the fishable water. Oh, maybe it did. Oh, yeah, Lizzie Babs. I've heard about those. I mean, honestly, any kind of long-term smoke inhalation isn't great, if I'm being honest, but I know what you're talking about. You know, Hadjo, I know, given the title of the stream and stuff, what you're saying, but given what we were just talking about in the conversation, I'm like, wait, is Hadjo talking about nicotine patch? I gotta make my way to Black Fathom Deeps, and I don't want to fight every single mob here, so... I'm preparing to accidentally fight one of them. Okay, there it is. Oh, no, you're good, Hadjo. Hadjo, I like that of all the random names that I've remembered over the times, I remember you as the runner-up in one of the PvP events. I remember that. And I'm glad to see you're still around. I still remember Belladrin was like the winner of my first T-Mog event. There's a lot of firsts I remember. I think Hadjo, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if you're runner up or third. I remember you were late in the game, and I think that's the one Gnome Stabber won. No Outfitter? No. I use whatever this is. No, I do have Outfitter. It's just I don't have an Outfitter for every little permutation of what I'm doing. Okay. First things first. Let's check this pool out. I don't think much is going to change in here, but I am curious. Okay, we're in here. The Temple of Elune. This is what I want to check out here. I wonder, because I think there are water features at least leading up to it. I don't think much changes here. I think that's vanilla values. But there's other parts I haven't been to quite yet. So yeah, if you didn't catch it, I'm going to repeat this periodically just so the word gets out, because not a lot of people know about it. Not a lot of people have talked about it. But if you don't know, for the patch, everyone's survival skill is going to get zeroed out. I'm not sure if you're going to... I think you might unlearn survival and have to go learn it again. Not 100% on that, but you will lose all the skill you have currently. So please keep that in mind. Please be aware of that. It wasn't noted anywhere. Not many people know about it, and people should know about it so that they are not immediately flat-footed by this situation. Yeah, and Lizzie Babs, like, I definitely had that reaction, and I definitely asked, like, why was it necessary, like, what happened here, and my understanding, again, I'm not a developer, I just talk to them a lot. My understanding is that the current survival is such a hacky mess that they kind of had to wipe the slate clean, which made it sort of necessary to do things the way it's being done now, or going to be done in the patch. So, like, in order to have all these cool features that they want to have in survival, have it go all the way to 300, have all these different recipes, wood chopping, all these interactions, like, in order to have that, they also need something else, which is what we're kind of facing down. So that's why that's happening. Okay, you really, dude. All right, I'm not going to be. I'm going to try not to be surprised, but I bet you the Temple of Elune is going to be a big nothing burger. I'm trying to think any other strange and exotic places to go fishing. The only other one I've mentioned... Sorry, are these guys, like, guarding nothing? What's going on? All right, anyway, I'll keep going on. Ragefire Chasm Lava. I think I've tried that once. I want to say there's nothing there. I could be wrong, but I want to say there's nothing there. Loch Ness, I appreciate that. Are we going the right direction? We are going the right direction. Even though the mini-map makes it seem like we aren't, we are going in the right direction. There it is, there it is. Oh boy. Are there any water features underground in Karazhan? What about the Hall of Upside Down Sinners? Can I even get there? I might need a group to clear that. It's not safe for me to go there by myself. All right, now we have to go up and to the left here. on, don't mind me. Maybe I can kill the boss in there as long as he doesn't summon like 15 guys that knock me down immediately. Don't mind me. I didn't realize the ambient sound here is just waterfalls. No, no, don't. Oh, I fell in. Can I get back up? Or do I have to swim around? I have to swim around. Thanks a lot, turtle. Dang it. So that's one big thing that I'm trying to let people know about, remind them of, keep them aware of. There's a couple other smaller things. Now, Scythen is, I think, for better or worse, going to keep asking for the changelog. There wasn't a weekly changelog last week. I do not know if there's going to be one this week either. I know there's changes that are slated to go into the game on server side. If you don't know, when you see like a changelog, like a weekly changelog, those are almost entirely server side changes. Client side is when you get your big patch notes. So I'm not quite sure what Scythen's hoping for, but I don't think, I mean, there probably are fixes for the server. I just don't know if they're going to post them or do them until the patch. All right. Now, I remember when this area opened, I remember breaking back there somehow, but I don't remember if I fished, and we are going to try fishing. Do you think they pat over here? Nah, they won't, right? Yeah, this is the quote-unquote new area for Black Fathom Deeps. The Temple of Elune. Now, this was announced for last patch, the Scars of the Patch. It's just a little dungeon extension. You have another boss here. Actually, you know, we'll kill the... Do you think the boss is going to bring all those guys with him? He might. Well, I can vanish if things go sideways, so we'll see what happens. You're hoping for a big list of items on the forum? Why would there be a big list of items? Like, do you mean like actual item IDs, like stats and stuff? Hold on, let me jack this guy. Sweet, a lavender hood that I've never collected. Nice. Put that bad boy on. All right. I think there might have been a way to get over there. Either way, I want to fish. I want to fish in this water here. So let's see if I can kind of line myself up. Okay, we got something nice. Database doesn't get updated until after the long patch drops, usually. Yeah, so, I mean, I think Scythen's correct that sometimes they'll mention some items, but I don't know if they'll... I think they'll only note items that are going to be changed. I don't know if they'll list the stats and everything on new items. They might. Ooh, interesting. I don't know if you guys caught that. We're catching an old skull. There's a chance that the fishing loot table right here might actually be the lava fishing loot table. Which, if that's true, we get to make a bug report. Yeah, and, you know, we're also probably looking at a very real world where we're going to be getting... Okay, this is a weird fishing table. I just got a longjaw mud snapper. We should expect the database to be offline for some amount of time while people are exploring stuff. It's not as big of a everything's mysterious patch, so they might not keep it offline for as long, but keep that in mind. Write down any recipes you forget. Hey, Laxelf, how's it going? I know in the past they've tried to only update the patch with certain things. It may or may not go well. I should probably say this is number 7. BFD expansion area. You're going to fill your mailbox with boats and tents. Well, you can fill your mailbox with boats. It's kind of annoying because they're a unique one. I don't know if they're changing anything about unique. I did see that they're changing the silly restriction on being able to only do them once every 2 hours, like make them. Obviously, putting them down once an hour makes sense because they only last an hour, but the fact you have to wait 2 hours to make another one was always weird. I pointed that out. I think me pointed that out might have helped get that one changed because I'm like, why would you do this? Are you trying to actively discourage us from fishing? So that might be good at least. So far, this fishing loot table looks like your average Elwyn Forest, Razor Hill style fishing loot table, but with skulls in it, which is very odd. You're going to make 1,000 torches. I do not think that is going to be what they are going to do for leveling up survival. I think because it's overhauled, there's going to be like new mechanics, right? I did see it confirmed by Mori in one of the Discord channels that there's going to be 6 types of wood. Currently, there's only 2 types of wood in the game, so that should let you know like how big the breadth of this change is going to be. I think wood gathering is going to be a big part of it. So yeah, like you can make torches, but that might get you to like level 30 or whatever, like arbitrarily, right? I don't actually know, but that means you're only a 10th the way there. You know what I'm saying? Well, Designer Div, I would tend to agree with you, but knowing what I know about the Turtle team, they do not like making custom fishing loot tables. They don't even like touching fish. When they do touch fish, they usually break something and then have to fix it a bunch, which is why they don't like making new fish tables. It could be a custom one. I could tell you that I could be wrong. I don't think old skulls appear in like the Elwyn Forest style fishing tables normally, so I don't think it's a copy pasta. So it could be just something weird. I don't know, but everything I'm catching here usually requires sub 100 fishing to catch. Plus or minus old skull. I actually don't know what skill you need to catch the old skull. But yeah, this is mostly just small fish. So, Cyborg, I didn't confirm that. That's literally been in their announcements. Part of the problem is that, and I've been guilty of this too. All right, I'm not trying to point fingers here. Usually what gets more attention is people being excited about the new like raid content. By the way, we did just grab a white leather bag, which didn't show up on Fishing Buddy. Oh no, it did. So a lot of people missed the stuff that has been announced, like even in the official forums about survival. And one of the things they talked about is wood chopping or wood gathering. I also learned a couple other interesting things. There's going to be tree entities in the world. They're not going to, as I understand it, roughly, some of this might, whatever you might picture in your head might not be exactly how it comes out, but my understanding is that there will be like trees that are essentially harvestable with like, think of skinning, right? There's a dead mob. The only way to harvest a dead mob, you need to have a skinning knife on you, and they need to be dead. Well, something similar to that, I believe, is going to be what's happening with survival. There's going to be trees in the world, a whole variety. I'm assuming 6, because I was told there's 6 types of wood. There's going to be trees in the world that you have to find and you have to gather from. And that's going to be sort of like one of the cornerstones of the survival leveling up experience. So, you know, whatever that might mean for you, just be aware that's what we've been told. I know for my part, I'm very excited about the fishing traps that are going to be made available through survival. So excited, I even found the icons for them. Yeah, man, this is kind of. I mean, I wasn't expecting anything crazy here. It is interesting. I'll have to check. I mean, hold on. Old skulls. Okay. Old skull. Oh wait, can you guys not see that? You guys can't see that. Oh no, now you can see it. Okay. So according to this, you can fish up. This is just a database, which, as we know, is often wrong. You can fish it up in Undercity. At 15%, I'm getting about 15%. Burning Steps at 7%, Terrasfall Glades at 5%, Silver Pine at 4%, Ungoro Crater at 0.3%, and then Searing Gorge and Molten Core. They list zeros here. It's actually a common drop for those. They're talking about fishing in the lava there. This might actually be the Undercity fishing table, is what I would say. Oh, wait a minute. No. We figured it out. This is Undercity's fishing loot table. And here's how I can tell. Here's how I can show that. We caught sickly looking fish. Now, sickly looking fish, I believe, are one of the more unique fish, primarily dropping in Undercity. So if we look here, sickly looking fish, fished in Undercity, Terrasfall Glades, or Silver Pine Forest. So based on the level of fish we're catching, this is either an Undercity or Terrasfall Glades. I'm going to lean towards Terrasfall Glades because the fish I'm catching are very low level. So I don't know why or how, but that looks to be what we're catching here. That's right, Rodfather. I'm doing the important fishing research that all the fishers of Azeroth need to know. That evidently, the Temple of Elune in Black Fathom Deeps is a very special fishing table. Yeah, you know, maybe it is Terrasfall Glades. It gave a leather bag. I could maybe look that up too and see if that might help. It probably won't, but... Hold on, catch that. All right. White leather bag. It says it's fishing. It doesn't say where, so that isn't super helpful, but... Bucket had about... Now, I don't think this is the Undercity table, if I'm being honest, because I'm getting small fish and mud snappers and bristle whiskers, rainbow fin albacore. I think this is Terrasfall. I feel like in Undercity you get slightly higher level fish. I could be wrong. It's one or the other. I can tell you one thing. It doesn't make sense for this spot. It doesn't... I mean, maybe it might. I suppose the lore of this spot is that there's like a satyr trying to do something with a tree. So it could be making the water sick. So I could see that. But... Soap Lava says I didn't get anything special in there. Well, okay. I mean, that's fair enough if you didn't. But... this is still information that, you know, every now and then the devs go, Vrograg, We hear you complain a lot about fishing being messed up. What do you mean by that? Now I can go, so when I fished in Elun's Temple in Black Fathom Deeps, I was catching sickly fish. It was like I was fishing in Undercity or maybe Tirisfal Glades. See, now I have something to go off of. Now I'm not just like crazy orc yells at cloud, you know what I'm saying? All right. So I think we'll consider that a bit of a finding. Interested, where could I maybe fish next? I'm over here. Not there. Primarily, I'm looking for like expansion areas, dungeon extensions, places where water's been added, and I don't know what to expect. I know about Blackstone Isle. You can get the oil slick fishing pools, I think. Otherwise, it's like a starting area. I didn't do a lot in Eastern Kingdoms, but I think even there I'd be kind of head scratching as to what I could maybe go for. It would be an unusual spot to fish in. Does anyone know if there's any water in Blasted Lands? Whaling Caverns, water around Vargash. Actually, we tried that last stream, Scythen. We did try that last stream. The oil fields in Stone Talon. The oil fields in Stone Talon, those were tested by me and others. So, that's a good idea, but I should have said I already have data on that. So right here, the fishing here is almost identical to the vanilla fishing here, which makes sense. I don't think there's anything added there. There's no fishing in Ruins of Corinth. Those are new. New. They're expansion. They're not new. they're old. Northwind has been extensively fished. I would not be a pioneer in such a spot. Do you guys think I could get into the Hall of Upside Down Sinners in Karazhan? I don't know if I could. Stormwrought Castle. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, let's think about Baelor. I know fishing's been done around the area, but the castle, I think, does have some water features, doesn't it? And Grim Reaches, the one I'd be interested to check out for Grim Reaches is pretty much all of it, if I'm being honest. There's a lot in Grim Reaches I'd like to check out. Maybe I'll make my way over to the other side of the world, try to go to Wetlands. I love Grim Reaches. I think it's a nice spot. I'm trying to think if there's any. No. I'm thinking about northward too, north of that. Highlands, Hinterlands, Hillsbrad. Do you think there's any water on Forlorn Summit? That could be a spot too to check out. Or off the coast of Steep Cliff Port. That would be another spot. Either way, I got to move myself over to Eastern Kingdoms. Yes, Soap Lava. When I started the stream, I talked about that being one of the spots I really want to check out. So let's see. How would I get there best? I have the wormhole generator. I have to wait 7 minutes on that. Oh, I have Booty Bay Hearth. Why does the new patch... What day does the new patch come out? Renato, it comes out the 20th. 5 a.m. EST, which is like, I don't know, 9 a.m. GMT. I should say that's when they are taking down the servers to apply the patch. They said it's going to take 6 hours, so that's estimated too, by the way. So really, 6 hours after that is maybe the earliest you could expect it to be up. Guys, that's a bit of a flight. Guys, it's a bit of a flight. But now I'm curious. I'm going to go to Baylor. I'm going to see what's over there. And then I can go to the exit area of Dragon Ball Retreat. While I am flying, I have some other exciting news. It's exciting for me, so you guys better be excited too. But I mentioned I found the icons for the survival traps. I have, I think Haxor's talent builder page is public. When I was looking around the icons for the icon project, I searched for the word trap. And I found these little things. This one is named Blackmouth Fishing Trap. This one's called Firefin Fishing Trap, Stone Scale, and Wooden Fishing Trap. I don't know I know what the fish are. I don't know exactly what these traps are going to require, but at least I saw the icon, so I was pretty excited. As any veteran of watching my content knows, I am strangely obsessed with icon accuracy and lack of redundancy. I don't like when icons get reused from a million times for the same or even disparate things. That makes things confusing. Just recently, I made my final submission to Haxor of the various community asks that have been made of me. And I've done all the organization work. The vast majority of the icons that I've put in for are like swaps. They're like, hey, this icon and this icon are the same. This icon's both more accurate and already in the client. Just use this one is usually what I end up doing. There's a couple new icons that I will call designed. I just recolored certain ones. It's not real artistry, so don't put that on me. But while we're taking a flight, I thought I'd go over a couple of them in case you've missed them before. This is one I actually designed. Well, I say designed because it took a lot more than just simple recolors. I had to do like overlays, so that was more complicated. Core leather. By the way, this is what I submitted. It's not like I'm the final word. The team still has to review it and okay it, so that's a whole different ball of wax. But core leather, hopefully changing something to like this. A lot of the junk stones, ones that just get vendored, I'm trying to push towards like one look so it doesn't get confused for useful or quest items. So a lot of the ones I'm like, hey, this one's like barely used, or like, hey, just use this one. So there's a lot of like little reorganizing of stone. A lot of the stuff I asked for was stone. The team's like, Vrograg, like you can't like stop. No more, no more icons. One thing that someone from the art team is working on is making specific icons for gemstone clusters, because as it stands, like this is dense gemstone cluster right now. Doesn't even look like there's a gem in it. So hopefully new icons are available for those. I don't know if those will be accepted, but that's not something I'm making. That's something that I'm like, hey, it would be good if these had their own icons. couple other small, like, primitive rock tool. I'm like, don't use a rock. Like, use this primitive rock tool. Small obsidian shard. This is one that's been more of a personal annoyance. I don't think anyone even asked for this one, but this icon right here that I'm showing, like these, this icon is used so much. So I was like, please, just make small obsidian shard look something different. So I just took out like the background glow from essentially the Nelf's tier. I took out the red glow. I'm like, look, it's obsidian. It'll look a lot better, trust. Couple other small ones here. Dry hardened barnacle and Kodohorn fragment. We're using this for some reason. Well, here, look, that's a broken horn. And look, like, it's not really a barnacle, but it's not a stone. So, here's where some of the actual, like, less inane ones come in. So, Ichor of Death, Anti-Venom, Strong Anti-Venom all had the same icons, and then there was Powerful Anti-Venom. Powerful Anti-Venom actually looks like another drink. It's a seldomly used drink. I thought it would make a lot more sense if all the Anti-Venoms looked like each other but had slightly different colors to show kind of which rank they're at, rather than reuse this freaking icon for the billionth time. So Ichor of Undeath. This is this icon here is one that the team made for, I think, Soul Leech or something. I don't even know if it's used in game, but it's one that's already in the client. It's going to help differentiate it from all the other green slimy things that exist. And then this trio were made for the 3 ranks of anti-venom that exist in game. Deviate scale, perfect deviate scale, just simple recolors here, but people, especially at level, look for deviate scale, and they get mixed up with these two a lot. So that was a big ask. A huge part of the project was essentially reorganizing all the Lord's quests. And I don't mean like I changed the quest, but here's a perfect example. Scroll for Create Scepter of Beckoning for Fire, Thunder, Stone, and Water. All use this icon. You have 4 different elements for 4 different scepters using one icon. And I'm like, you like literally in the client, you have like nice color-coded scrolls that would help players know like what element they're working towards, rather than having to mouse over every single one and check. So that was like lather, rinsed, repeated a lot. So here, Create Crest of Beckoning for Fire looks like this. Create Signet of Beckoning also looks like that. It's in order to keep the fire stuff with the fire stuff for clarity. Again, more of the same here. The crest I changed up a little bit. There's actually 2 new icons here, but they can be used for a lot of other things, so I thought it was warranted. Again, the scepters, even though only one of them is fire, they all looked like this. I'm like, you have an electric wand icon available to you in the game. Just swap it. Look, it's a thunder scepter. Makes a lot more sense. Same thing here for the signet. These rings already existed. A lot of these ones right here, you'll see like it's empty. I'm going to show a preview to some of the art that I've seen. I don't know if it's going to get in time, but I can at least show you what the art team showed me as some of their work. So it's not final draft or anything, but I think you'll really like what they're doing here. My complaint with the artifact and insignia from AQ, this is a troll fetish, and this is a ZG trinket icon. Literally, the name of that icon is like ZG trinket _01. I'm like, what is it doing in AQ? It doesn't match the flavor of anything here. So this is sort of one of those spots where I feel like the original Blizzard designers kind of dropped the ball a little bit, or maybe cut some corners. And I understand, like back then, it might have been tough to make these icons, but Abyssal Crest, Arena Mark of Honor. This one could definitely be flavored more like having to do with the Twilight Hammer cult, since that's what it's about. This one was requested by... I think I have it on the other spreadsheet. Someone who is a big PvPer did notice Frostwolf and Stormspike standards were the same as the Horde and Alliance battle standards. So, like... maybe their icon should look different? So that was a request. So a real artist took a look at that. Timeworn Rune, a Rune of Portals. Mages probably losing their mind at this one. This is a recolor. Another one here. Crest of Heroism, Mark of the Champion, and Crest of Valor, Mark of the Champion. Just simple recolors. These are Nax rewards. And then these are the weekly quest reward icons. It was just a small thing. It's like, just make them look different. Couple other small food ones. Excited about having a blue lobster in the game, especially because the blue lobster is now going to have a fishing recipe in it. Dreamscale was not supposed to look like this. I missed something like way back on my first round of icon reassignment. I'm just like, just make it look different than Juju Power, please. So this is an existing icon. A couple of the late ones that got in. Cache of Maori and Ixia Tooth Pendant. This doesn't affect a ton of people, but if you have an Ixia Tooth Pendant, there's a good chance it's a bag buddy. Cache of Maori also ends up being a bag buddy. This as a tooth pendant makes a lot more sense. So Cache of Maori is just something that if you ever collect eco, you're going to want it in your bag. I wanted to make it look a little bit more distinct and different, and this was an icon that they made for something previous that they hadn't used, so I threw that in there. Also, she's like Maori's like a witch. so I'm like, purple's kind of a vibe. There's no like definite description of what the Cache of Maori was, so I just kind of ran with it. Rune of Teleportation, Rune of Dawn. There's like a white and yellow Hearthstone. Again, this is something that mostly only affects mages. It's this Rune of Teleportation. But there's a good chance you're going to have the Rune of Teleportation in your bags, and you're also not always going to have your Rune of Dawn equipped. So I felt it was warranted to at least have some difference here. A Forsaken Shadow Priest asked for this one. Devouring Plague and Shadow Weaving have the same icon. This icon was actually only added in Wrath. It is the what I guess you call the retail icon for Devouring Plague. So that's just a simple asset grab, essentially. Late in the game, we also midway through the patch, I believe, we had the addition of Greater Frost Elixir and Greater Arcane Power Elixir. Or just greater, yeah. The icons they use, which are these, like the item is fine, but these are the buff icons they use, which this is confusing because the old Elixir of Frost Power looks like this first icon, and then this looks like Amplify Magic. So especially if you're a mage, this is very confusing. Especially other people look at you like, why would they have Amplify Magic on? So I'm like, just to keep things consistent, keep them looking like the consumable that they are. It makes a big difference. Ice Pearl of Kanakun, which I can show you on Vrograg. It looks just like a pearl. I've heard multiple reports of people accidentally selling theirs because they're both uncommon items and they look identical. And like people don't really know, like, stockpile tons of pearls. And then they want to get rid of them, they'll accidentally sell their swimming trinket. So this is like a variation. I changed a lot with it, but it's like a variation of like a retail icon, I think from Kata or Wrath or something. Eye of Dormant Corruption. This is one, and fair enough to the Warlock that brought it up. If you're a Warlock, you probably never want a trinket in your bag that looks like a Soul Stone. You really don't. Because you're either going to click it and it does nothing, or you're going to look in your bag and think you have a soul stone when you don't. Very valid criticism from the Warlock that brought it up. So Eye Dormant Corruption, we just went for something that looks like an eyeball. Grilled Squid, there's another, our team made like another Grilled Squid icon. I don't know which one they'll end up using, but Grilled Squid and Winter Squid for too long have looked like the same thing. And that's the icon update, everyone. And now I'll stop talking at you a little bit to go find a new fishing spot. I hope you enjoyed the icon explanation. Now, you're to spread word so people aren't too confused. A lot of the reason I focused on the 8Q things was simply because for Ambershire is going to be doing 8Q before long, and anything I could do to make the icons like a little bit better, I thought would be a nice thing for them. So that's kind of why that was a focus for me. By the way, here's my Ice Pearl of Kanakun. Looks just like a pearl. See, it has a green border and everything. I've sold it on accident a couple times. What pre-patch is talked about here? Felix, I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. I mentioned how survival is going to be fully reset and everyone's going to have trainers in cities. I talked about some of the upcoming icon changes that I led with the community to have submitted. Mostly it's been stuff that's been off the record or not noted anywhere. Lizzie Babs is going for Scarab Lord on Ambershire. God bless you. That's quite a grind. That is quite a grind. Yes, Felix. I've been talking about stuff. The patch is on Friday, so I've been talking about some of the stuff that's coming that has just recently been noted. I'm sorry if that was misleading. I feel like I am talking about stuff for the patch before the patch, and the patch is in a couple days. And Red Stripe, how's it going? Right now we're fishing in a couple weird exotic locales to see what's going on. Felix, this is most assuredly Turtle WoW. This is not any form of retail. I thought the fact that I'm in Baylor might have been a dead giveaway. Or the Turtle WoW flag I have in the background. Also, the fact that I have never played retail. Well, I haven't played retail since 2008. I certainly never streamed it. But yeah, that's definitely Turtle WoW. No. It's fine, Felix. You're not the only person to randomly bump in here and be like, oh, is this classic? And I'll be like, no. Trust, you are not the only person to ever make that mistake. But I primarily do Turtle WoW stuff. The stuff that I don't do that's Turtle WoW is like other indie games generally. Not a big fan of Blizzard. Not that that's very controversial nowadays to say, but I'm not a big fan of their work. Also not a big fan of them giving a subpoena to Google on my accounts. That was cute. As if I have any say in what goes on with Turtle WoW. I spend most of my time arguing with devs and telling them to do something else. I swear. Well, Scythen, you say that's okay, so the stuff with world bosses, you say that's a shadow drop. I've been following it pretty closely. The stuff with the world bosses is actually not as shadowy as you think. They've mentioned it multiple times. I just think they didn't ever say which patch they were going to do it on. So for them, it was always something they were working on and developing. So, like, since I kind of keep tabs on them, I'm aware of the fact that they've been working on it. I think you're right in that it's shadowy because I think the community thought they forgot about it, but I know they didn't. They never did. Exactly, Scythen. That's exactly what they did. This is fishing spot 8. Stormrot Castle. We're gonna see what we can find here in fishing. I don't know what we're gonna find. So, like, my understanding, and it was long ago enough that I was able to have conversations with Acalix about it. And again, stuff might have changed since I've last had those conversations, but my understanding of how it's supposed to work is you can do raids. I don't know what tiers. I don't know which bosses are connected to which, but in raids, there's a chance to get like reagents that kind of make a quest of some sort to summon a world boss. Do I know how that's exactly going to work? No, but I think at the end of the day, the idea is that if you summon a world boss in a raid, you don't have to worry about like toxic world PvP and tagging. I don't know how easy or how hard it's going to be to summon them or get the reagents. If they're going to require stuff that's outside of raid, if they're going to require like material, that's not been quite made clear either. And that's fine. I don't know. So there's a lot of those questions we still have yet to have answered. I've seen some of the work they've been doing on it, but even I'm not like fully aware. I know more about like the new Blackwing Layer boss scripts than I know about how they're doing world bosses. But most of that's because it's like they have to write a bunch of stuff about like new bosses or improved boss scripts. Whereas like for a world boss, it can just be like a tiny entry in the corner of a dev thing, and I would just miss it. So maybe they utilize Emerald Dream. I guess let's see when they do it. Just want to be able to kill the Nerubian boss for the pet. I want to be able to kill... So, real old heads of Turtle WoW will remember this, but there was a cloak off of that boss that gave a stupid amount, I'll say, of dodge. And it was the Rogue Tank Biss cloak, and I never got it, and I always wanted it. I want that cloak. It's personal at this point. The cloak has been denied to me for too long. And also, speaking of the cloak, maybe I can go that way. Speaking of the cloak, there actually was a recent change to agitating poison. I think I might even have some in my bag. Agitating, yes I do. Okay, let me just put some on a weapon. So, before this change, the way agitating poison used to work, it used to be like other certain poisons. I believe crippling is one of them. So there's two types of poisons, really. There's ones that have charges, and there's ones that just have durations. The ones with charges also have a duration, but some of them only have a duration and don't have like a limited amount of charges they can use before they're up. I believe 100 charges, crippling, 60 charges. Is it crippling? Yes, crippling poison is one. Let me put this on another weapon, just to demonstrate. All right, so right here you'll see crippling poison 2. It just says 30 minutes. It doesn't say any amount of charges. So for 30 minutes, I could have the crippling effect happen. Even if I proc the poison 1,000 times in 30 minutes, it'll still be on. Now here's agitating poison, which is the threat poison. Rogue tanks would use it. Still can to mixed results, but before the change, it used to be like crippling poison. It was just a buff with a duration. Now it is charges. The dwindling rogue tank community was not enthused by this change, especially because there was a note that said, as it was always intended to be. Again, if anyone knows me, I was pretty bitter about that one. I'm like, man, you guys abandoned any chance of rogue tanks like being a thing, and now you have the audacity to be like, oh, it was always intended to be this way. Agitating poison's like 2.5 years old. Now they're just noticing it. Like, come on, don't jerk me around. Also, as a tank poison, it would make sense for it to have a duration. Because if you're a tank, you don't want to, like, mid-pull be like, oh my god, I'm almost out of charges. You just want to look at, like, how many, things you have left. Okay, alright. Alright, I'll fight you guys. Have it your way. Okay. Now, I believe there's some water in this area. I know there's going to be some in the Crystal Grotto. Sorry, I'm just noticing the question now. Is Turtlewell still cross-faction? Ambershire and Nordinar are cross-faction. Telebim, the PvP realm, is not cross-faction for obvious reasons. Yep, they are still cross-faction. And I don't think this is true for Alterac Valley, but I think for Warsong Gulch and Arathi Basin, you can even have mixed mercenary groups in those battlegrounds. Alright, is there any... do I have to kill the boss to continue? Hold on. Probably? I've been here once, but it's been a minute. What do you mean it requires a key? I'm a rogue. I shouldn't need a key. And yeah, Hadjo, I think that is the idea, is to make it more like Crab Boss. I genuinely think Crab Boss was like their first experimentation in how like a summonable world boss would work. So if anyone's curious about like how Turtle WoW is probably going to do it, I would look to Clicora as sort of a good example. There's like a gathering part where there's like rare reagents and pieces you might need out in the real world, and then there's going to be like rare drops off of bosses to get in order to progress that part. So I'm cautiously optimistic. I also know there's, just in general, a lot of people are just kind of bummed out that like they can't do bosses because organized groups of world boss mafias just lock down the bosses, essentially making them impossible to do or participate with. And I feel that. I agree with that sentiment. I will say that, at least on Nordinar, for the most part, Dragon Watch, which you would know as the World Boss Mafia, at least when I interacted with them, they essentially allowed anyone in, but there were certainly cliques, and I do know there were situations where certain groups that had misbehaved in their eyes sort of made issues, we'll say, so that those groups were no longer allowed, and then those groups caused problems by griefing those kills. So, you know, just like any other Mafia thing, it had its fair share of drama. Also, can we just talk about how uneven this water is? Lumpy. This ain't like a single plane here. What is going on with this water? Storma. Oh, come on. There's no fish in here, too? Come on. Turtle wow. There should be fish in here. You had fish in the extension in Black Fathom Deeps. Why don't you have fish here? Is it because the water's lumpy? The water is a little lumpy. It does not make sense. I like how I'm still casting multiple times, just in case maybe I'm the one doing something wrong. I'm gonna try this water, and then I'm gonna try the water of the Crystal Grotto. I'm not gonna be surprised when I don't get anything, but we are trying to make a Mafia on Ambershire too. I mean, you could, right? Because presumably there is still going to be world bosses that naturally spawn. So the advantage there would be that you wouldn't need to gather materials to fight them, right? So maybe there's some value in that. But I really can't say, and I really don't know until we see more of how that whole system's handled and rolled out. How do I get back to the platform? You ever get the distinct feeling you're not supposed to be in the water here? Is this a way up? This is a way up. Good. I guess my question would be, Lizzie Babs, at that part of progression, what bosses are really valuable to have camped and to like have locked down? Are there any that are really a big deal? It's been a while since I've done that kind of progression, so I wouldn't know or remember. And you know, Lizzie Babs, even though I know you're not like a degenerate and some sort of like super clicky asshole, no matter what you do, people are not going to be happy that any world boss mafia exists, because no one is ever going to feel like they get fair treatment. So expect the harassment, I guess. Okay, what do we got here? Ready to be disappointed again. I'm trying to think, like, there's that shadow, that void dude who might be valuable. Azureg and Kazakh for sure because of the healing helmet. Oh yeah, Azurgos and Kazakh, yeah. And legs. Well, I mean, what do you... With the notion that world bosses might be able to be summoned, Lizzie Babs, do you feel like that's... Does that take away from the effort to make, like, world boss coalitions? I think this dungeon's awesome. It's just the fishing's terrible. Concavius, yep, that's the one I was thinking of. The only reason I know about that guy is because he has a ring that increases your poison application chance, which is kind of a very rare stat line to see on any item. There's only a couple items in the game, both vanilla and turtle, that even do that. So it's kind of interesting that they have that. Oh, wait. The way out is here. Because the fishing seems to be a no-go. I mean, I understand how, like, the reason to form those coalitions is because of the scarcity of the bosses. But I guess my better question to you then, Lizzie Babs, about that is, do you think the scarcity is fair? Because I don't think there's necessarily a right answer to this. I'm just curious to see how you feel about it, because at least for my part, I would want, at the very least, if there is some kind of a summon, I would want it to be properly difficult to pull off. Also, Lizzie Babs, you've been playing long enough. I know you heard them mention that they were going to have summonable world bosses a year ago. There was always a risk when you did the work for the announcement yourself that you could have been flat-footed by this. Doesn't make it right. I'm just saying you knew the risks. We got to go back to Stormbreaker Point, I think. You thought it would be instanced? Really? Instanced world bosses. Well, if Klakora is any example, it doesn't look like their only other summonable world boss is instanced. And if they're not, if they're instanced, can you call them world bosses? Is maybe a better question. The way they had Snowball was fine. Let's be honest, Miss Girth. The most recent way they had of doing it, where it's like all you have to do is like touch Snowball when it dies and you're good. Like that's so generous. They don't need to do anything else. I understand the inclination, but at the same time, I'm like, eh. Wintervale is about coming together as a community, having a good time, being merry, and all that feel-good junk, right? What other belt do I have? Okay. My PC could not handle that guy at peak times. Fair. So it was shared with me recently. I think it was on last stream. We actually had Meow Gaming, the person who is currently working on the more modern branch for Turtle WoW of PFUI. The reason I bring that up is because they actually showed a preview of what they're going to be doing for some stuff. But if you didn't know, I actually have updated to the new PFUI, and I just want to show something to you while it's relevant. Cyric. Let me see. Go to config. If you get this branch... Oh, where is it? I know there's something about in the setup you can do with throttling. Maybe it's in... Oh, throttling right here. If your computer melts, this might actually be helpful. So, you can see what I have for a setup right here. So, if the target, if there's 50 or, if there's 20 or more mobs or like potential nameplates, it will actually throttle my frames per second to 7, which will prevent like huge performance losses. Now, is it perfect? No, but it will actually maybe help people like you that would have trouble during Snowball to actually see what's going on. So I haven't seen any other UIs have this element. So if you want to give that a shot or give it a try, that might be a solution for you, Sirik. I'm sorry. I just hit M, and it showed me Stormwind Harbor. Where am I? Oh, did I? I missed my island. Fair enough. Okay, I'm trying to go towards Stormbreaker Point. I was like, where am I going? Oh, no, Lizzie Babs, we were talking about the Snowball World Boss. Being the Snowball target is fun for the 1 year you do it. Otherwise, you get scarred mentally. I understand why they don't do that anymore. I will say I miss it, though. I miss the sense of community wholeness that it brings. And speaking of Snowball targets, for those who are veterans of 2023's Winter Veil, I saw that Dated had actually has been online on Nordinar recently, which is fun. I guess he had some real life stuff. He had to step away for a little bit, but he's back. Back being a degen. Yeah, go fight him off, scouts. Guys, thank you. All right. So we're going to go try out... I guess Kargath is closest? I wanted to go into the wetlands area. How would I get there? Come down from Loch Madon? Yeah. Okay. It's all up here. I got it. Hadjo, exactly. Those who had to find Dated, no. But, I mean, Dated is... He's an interesting character. Some people appreciated that he really made it hard, whereas, like, I just stood still on, like, on the dock on Ratchet. You know what I mean? So some people appreciated the chase. Other people did not like how hard it was to find him, and he would be miserably difficult to find. So, like, it was a little controversial at the time, but, you know. Yeah, see, Liz Babs, you remember the old copy pasta. That's why when I saw him sign on, I'm like, oh, hey, dude, how's it going? So yeah, I'm just happy to say I've seen him back online. You can imagine the joy that I brought to him when I said, oh, hey, so like, if you don't know, Dated's like a very old veteran druid, right? And so he's just catching up. He's been gone for like a year or two, right? And I'm like, hey, by the way, did you know you can kidnap people? And he goes, tell me more. And I'm like, yeah, if you do this quest chain, you can have people ride on you. But with the current implementation, you can just kind of pick people and put them on your back, and they can't escape. And he goes, oh, God, I have to do this quest right. I don't remember exactly what he said, but I can imagine something like that is just right up Dated's alley. Yes, Sirik, he's back. Now, like, if you see him, just say hi. You know, he's probably just getting reoriented. You don't know what he's been through, right? I always encourage anyone who watches my stream, just keep in mind, you have no idea what the other person on the other side of the screen's going through. So just be nice. He could be changed. He could still be a degen. But either way, he's an old cornerstone of the community, so I'm happy to see him back. Also, because he's not like one of the toxic, crappy cornerstones, I'm happy to see him back. He can be annoying, but he's not like a shit poster. He's not like super toxic. I'm all for that. And it's nice too, you know? Like, it's like seeing an old friend. Even if you're like, yeah, some of those interactions weren't the best, but it's like, I'm still happy to see an old friend. Zug TV. This is Turtle WoW. Mysteries of Azeroth. It is a private WoW server. Right now, next fishing spot we're going to check out. We're going to check out the Dragon Maw Retreat pools. Right outdoors, right outside of them. Never played WoW, only RTS games. Oh, shouts out. Yeah, I've actually played Warcraft 2 twice on stream. Not particularly good at it, and I hadn't played it since the 90s. So it was rough, but RTS games are great. They're their own vibe. Oh yeah, I realized that I mentioned those icons to you guys. I never actually showed them to you. Let me see if I can. Okay, so just to show this off a little bit. This one right here. This is the fragment of Ulrak from Kara 40. Currently, the icon looks like a solid stone, and it's a throwable item. This is one that I'm like, this item's too awesome. It needs its own icon. So this is what our team made. Right here, you'll see Karaji artifact and I think this is the Karaji seal or signet of authority. So this is the one that drops off all the bosses, and this is the one that drops off trash. Great updates, way more flavorful, not reused crappy old assets from the icons. These are awesome. This is the Abyssal Crest. It actually has the Twilight Hammer cult emblem right front and center, so it doesn't just look like a basic rock. Stormpike and Frostwolf banners. Artists made two different renditions. I personally like these more, and this is their grilled squid variant they made. So I just want to make sure you guys saw that. I'm very excited. Dane from our team did those, and I just think they're top notch. I saw some of the previews of the gemstone cluster icons as well. Those look great. Ever played Warcraft Stories, Warcraft Adventures, Lord of the Clans? I have not. It's pretty much Warcraft 2, 3, and WoW. I'm trying to think if there's any other Warcraft games I've played. Nope. Sad to say. I do know there was a tabletop role-playing game from like the mid-aughts that came out as well. I think I played like one session of that years and years ago, but I do not remember it well. So, unless that's what you're talking about. If that's a choose-your-own-adventure game, by the way, that sounds really fun. Warcraft Stories. Bregorn says, let me join you. Okay, there you go. Laxelva, don't worry. I sent out the invite. Apparently, I'm in a raid group. Oh, right. I was making flasks. I forgot. Bregorn, if you're hearing my voice, I am going to be going to Loch Madan, and then I'm going to be jumping off the dam into the waters to be right outside of Dragon Maw Retreat. If you're wondering how I'm going there, I know you're a paladin, so we will probably get there different ways. I'm quite excited, though. I don't think I've actually fished in that water. I've been there. 2 weekends ago, I actually hosted like a little small RP event for my guild. It was like the anointing of the Blackwing Guard. I didn't have many people show up, but it was fun. There's like lore behind Blackwing Guard, and because of its positioning, right underneath Grimbatol, where the waters were, there's sort of like this. You have to do like the leap of faith off the dam in order to prove your faith to the cause of Blackwing Guard, and then after you jump off, you're told the secrets of Blackwing Guard, which amount to, by the way, we're actually agents of the Red Dragon Flight. We don't talk about it a lot. The Lifebinder is kind of in hiding. And if you look up on those hills right over there, that's what that's what people know about the red dragons. And we're not all about that. Like, we're trying to rehabilitate life, all this stuff. So you kind of like give them all the lore exposition there about what the guild's all about. It was really fun, though. Hell yeah, Zug Zug. Loktar Ogar, to you as well, friend. I'll have you know I do not always look like this. I am actually an orc. Hold on, wait, do I have my orc picture? Oh, maybe I must not have gotten rid of my orc picture. Hold on. Maybe I did get rid of it? No. Why would I do that? See, that's what I look like in real life. I just have a human disguise on because there's a lot of human audience, and we know how racist the humans can be. So, you know, if you also are an orc like me, you know what it is. There's a lot of anti-green hate. Also, wait a minute, isn't it? Yeah, today is St. Patrick's Day. I forgot. I'm not... Hold on, wait. I think I am Irish. I'm American, so I'm like a Euro mutt. So there's a very good chance I could be Irish. I'm pretty sure I am part Irish, but it's not celebrated too strongly in my family. So other than when I would go to elementary school, you would wear green for St. Patrick's Day. But if you are celebrating, happy St. Patrick's Day to you. I did think about going to the ruins of Korthon, but I'm like 99% sure there's no water up there. I don't think there's anything that's fishable. It's a very cool quest chain, though. If you do happen to go to Badlands, there's no like breadcrumbs to go up there. You have to go exploring. And let me tell you, especially if you're melee or a mail wearer, you should definitely do those quests. Rexana, who has been to Molten Core and Blackwing Lair as a survival hunter, is still wearing the hat she got from that quest at like level 45, because she hasn't gotten any of one of the tier hats yet. So that should tell you how good that hat is. There's also a really cool T-Mog for a two-hand sword if you can use it. It's one of those cool ones that has looks like the double hilt. It's a really cool T-Mog. If you can use two-hand swords, that is. Completely worth doing that quest. Like, the only way you can do the quest chain is just go up there and then find a quest giver. There's not like a guy in Badlands who's like, oh, you should go into the ruins of Korthan. Like, you have to go. And there's really cool lore too. It's about like the early humans in the region. So really fascinating stuff too. I can't suggest it more highly. And don't worry, I'm not here to harass the dwarves. Everyone knows, everyone on the Horde knows, that if there were ever an exchange where the Horde would gain any race from the Alliance, every member of the Horde has agreed that we would all in unison say we want the dwarves. There's a couple reasons why, of course. First most is they are ugly. By human standards, like much of the Horde. Secondly, they have honor, which is very important in the Horde. For most of the Horde, it's very important. So they're automatic shoo-ins. Now, who would we trade away? That's hard to say. I mean, everyone would assume it'd be Forsaken, but really, the lore doesn't support the Forsaken being with anyone. So, that being said, though, all the Forsaken seemingly are human, so the humans should be with the humans. That's all I'm saying. So, I don't care if they're living or dead, you know. What would that be called? So, if you are like bigoted towards one race, right? You're called a racist. But what if you're bigoted towards the undead? What is that called? Yeah, I'm a lifist? A necrotist? you guys can have gnomes. No, I think the gnomes should be self-determining. Thank you very much. I think the way the gnomes get treated in the Alliance, the gnomes should break off and do their own thing, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. Hello, Stick Stop It. How's it going? Also, for anyone who's dropping by, I'll try to summarize some of the pre-patch stuff that I went over earlier in stream, just really briefly. If you have trained and worked on your survival skill already, for patch, expect to have your survival untrained, I believe, but at the very least, you're going to lose all your training in survival. You're not going to have any of your known patterns or anything like that. But fear not, all the cities are going to have trainers, and there's going to be a whole different way to do it. I do not believe there are any existing survival things that are no longer going to exist. You just might have to learn them again. So keep that in mind, and be ready to chop a bunch of wood. Now, I'm pretty sure I can make this jump, which is one of my famous last words. So I'm just gonna put on the parachute cloak. You know, Lizzie Babs, did I tell you about how I absolutely roasted Shield the other day? Who was trying to go to every capital city in Azeroth, walked out of Ironforge, and then ignored the fact that there is totally another capital right outside of Ironforge. Brigorn, what's up? Good to see you. Thanks for jumping in with me. We're about to launch it over this. I'm gonna see if I can make the jump. I think I can make it with sprint. Oh, I nailed that. Are you kidding? Yeah, let's go. But yeah, I am often teasing the DJs, because although they're DJs and they're good at doing music and being entertaining, I'm not always entertaining. They're usually entertaining. Let me tell you something though. They don't know much about Turtle. And so I have to like teach them about like, no, that's not how any of that works, you know? All right. I think this jump is survivable, even if I mess it up as a rogue. But I'm going to launch over it. Launched. Here is the water. So if you finish Dragon Ball Retreat, you should exit out of a portal right here. And there's all of this water right here. Up this way is, you can see, Ember Talon Dragon Will. That's where Grim Batol is. So this is an interesting zone. So if I look at it right now, it says I'm in wetlands, but I don't actually know what kind of fishing it's going to give me. So we're going to fish around here a little bit and see what we get. We could have gone through the dungeon. We could have, but I wanted to jump over the dam. It was way more cinematic, Brigorn. I even though I still think it's unfair that the Alliance has 2 additional cities and the Horde has not gotten 1. I am overjoyed that the Gnomes has had their storyline continued, that they're not just statically always trying to fight to get Gnomergan back. They have part of that cleaned out and they're good to live there. All their NPCs are moved over there. I think that's awesome storytelling through the world, and I just want more stuff like that. But I want that for the Horde. You know, like, hey, maybe the trolls can stop living on the Orc's couch in Orgrimmar and get their own place. There's nothing wrong with them. I'm just saying, you guys are capable. You can go somewhere. Hello, little Karen. How's it going? Horde doesn't collect enough income tax to afford new cities. That's correct. They conquer areas to make cities. I mean, I will say the psychic damage the Dark Spears probably feel from losing their old home to a bunch of Murlocs, it probably doesn't feel good. But these were also like early Warcraft Murlocs. They weren't like cute. They were like terrifying monsters led by like a snake creature. Like, we didn't know much about the Naga back then. Now we do. And they're scary. So, Sirik, I'm hearing what you're saying. When you said, I don't know if I would call it a city. Let me just illustrate a couple things for you. It has a hearth location. It has its own auction house. It has its own bank. I believe it has a flight point. It does not have a teleport location, I believe. Outside of that, though, it meets the minimum criteria. It is at the very least a booty bay. So it's like a city light. It is certainly more than what the Horde has. The Horde doesn't have a single location like that added to their... Like, we have Amani Allure, which hasn't changed since 2022, except Zul'jin got moved out. It makes sense if they're setting up Zulamon later, right? But Amani Allure is pretty much the same as it's been since I started playing Turtle. But, like, the Alliance also has a Lothalos, right? Which also is a full city. Has its own flight point, has its own hearth, has its own auction house, has its own bank. And has a teleport location. I don't know what else you need to be a city, but that's kind of the big ones. Sirik says, I haven't found an auction house bank anywhere. Little Karen, if you hear my voice, can you confirm for me if I'm almost guaranteed there is a bank and auction house in Noma Reclamation Facility. Could you correct me if I'm wrong? I know you've been there. I'm like 95% sure because when it first came out, I was doing like patch preview stuff and I remember looking through it. I'm like, oh wow, they got everything here. Stick Stop It says so. So clearly it must be true. I think there's even a way to look it up on the database too. Yeah, I mean, com.exe. So, I mean, it's a little bit of a meme, right? I've definitely annoyed the team at times, pointing out the Alliance bias. We do have to put blame where it belongs, right? Some of that blame does go squarely on the vanilla developers who just did more for the Alliance because a lot of the stuff with the Horde wasn't finished, right? So the team's already on the back foot. And I talk about this a lot, but a lot of the lore, the logistics, how things work for the Alliance, way more fleshed out than it ever was for the Horde. When you're writing new lore, it makes a massive difference if you have stuff well established. It's so much easier to write within a frame than to create the frame from scratch. So I will at least, in the Turtle team's defense, I will certainly acknowledge that it is tougher to do stuff for the Horde because there's less well established. That being said, as someone who does a lot of writing myself, I find that kind of, even though it's more challenging, to be a lot more freeing and to also be a lot more fun to do. Because it's like, well, you know what? We can make it whatever we want. Now, all that being said, this upcoming patch, we're looking at the Grim Totem storyline, hopefully at least being continued, if not completed, with the, what's it, like Stormhowl Canyon? Oh, what's it called? Anyway, Thousand Needles is going to have a dungeon. It's meant to continue the Grim Totem storyline, right? Which really wasn't finished in vanilla. That's huge, and that's very much specifically a Horde storyline. We also have with the release of Tauren Priests, generally you need to establish a lot of lore when you establish priests in the game for any race. And a lot of the lore of what's going on with the Taurens having priests added is going to be a lot of added lore. Whereas one could argue that all the dwarves needed to do to be warlocks was just have the gnomes tell them how to do it. You know, because like any mage could become a warlock is pretty much how it works. You just need to be lazy and want some shortcuts and make a couple bargains. But yeah, I'm very excited. I think there's a lot of room to expand. Also, there's going to be a new faction added that's just Horde. They're going to have the Earthen Ring. So, granted, a lot of this is catching up to where the Alliance is, but I'm going to give credit where credit's due. Like, the Turtle Team is still doing Horde content, and at least with this patch, we're getting a lot more Horde content than we're getting Alliance content. I think that's even fair to say. And I don't think the Alliance people have the gall to complain about it. Because they know. They know, and the Horde knows who has more content. Well, Cyric, I mean, yes, in the most rudimentary way, that's true. But for priests, it usually has to do with, like, their understanding of, like, religion. Their understanding of faith, which is way more culturally relevant than it is just like one person's study. So it would be awkward and weird. I think it's not even controversial to say to have a Tauren worshiping Loa, right? So what I'm trying to say is that we're going to have a different understanding of how the Tauren see divinity, how they see faith. And it's not going to be because the trolls told them how. It's not going to be because the Forsaken told them how. It's going to be because we're going to get to learn about how they see the light, how they see faith, how they see devotion, those notions that are very important to priests. And that's something that isn't as easily written off as just like, oh, the trolls told them how to do it. Whereas for like dwarves being warlocks, it literally can be that easy because like it's not like a culturally wide thing, if that makes any sense. Tormentor, how's it going? Oh, you know what? You know what that makes me think of? Hold on. There's got to be someone, right? Hold on. Let me see if I can just get this started here. Turtlecraft.gg Armory. Okay, I am... Oh, hold on. That didn't connect. There it is. Okay. Holy cow. There's got to be, right? Someone has to have the name Holy Cow, right? If not... There it is. Oh, you know what? That makes me happy. They're actually at level 60. They're not just a name sitter. Here's the sad part, though. Here's the sad part, guys. Look at this gear. I mean, this person... maybe is like pre-raid biz? They are a shaman? Shaman? They must... Well, no, hold on. Brain cage. They're wearing mail, I think. I didn't even look what class... Does it say what class they are? They must right here, right? Oh, no, yeah, they are. Yeah, they're definitely a shaman. So, you know, Sona probably leveled to 60 and set it and forget it. I don't know when they've last been on. I have no way of checking. But at least they're a level 60. That means something to me. The totem does give it away. You're right. That was on me. Oh, and speaking of totems, relics, and librams, if you were following along with all the icon item changes, icon clarifications and all that, I did say early on that, hey, I did submit, like, hey, there's all these relics, idols, and totems that all have the same icons, and it would really be helpful, especially because you can switch relics in combat to have them have different icons. I do want to say that the team acknowledged, they're like, yes, that's true, but they don't just want recolors. Absolutely fair. They want like actual art done of them. And when I had asked, they're like, our art team's already making other icons, so this will have to wait. But I want you to know that they know about it, and I'll be pushing for it hard for the next patch. Priesthood makes no sense for Tauren. I would push back on that, Raukangren. I think... Well, first of all, let's acknowledge that it's a living game, right? So things can change. We can learn things. We can have stories unfold. I think you are right in a sense, but I think also one of the failings of WoW is that the classes, and especially on the Horde side, don't really match the lore of things. And it's best seen through the trolls, right? So they have like witch doctors. But what is a witch doctor? Is that a priest? Is that a mage? Is that a warlock? Or is it a witch doctor? You see what I'm saying? Now they do have priests as well, right? But they also have shadow hunters. But what's a shadow hunter? Is that a rogue or is that a hunter? Or is that like a shadow priest? So I definitely think there's spots in the lore where what we know about Tauren isn't fully represented. And I do think their connection... I don't think there's a lot expressed about any connection to the light. But I don't think at the same time it can be a situation where they're unable to access the light. So I can see your point, but I'm willing, in a world where the Forsaken are not kicked out of the Horde, I'm willing to accept Tauren as priests. If that makes any sense. And even that might be unfair, just to like pick the easy straw man and be like, if the Night Elves are going to team up with anyone, then surely Tauren could be priests. Wait a minute. Little Karen, do you actually have a Thunder Fury, or is that back when we could T-Mog it to anything? In the ancient days. And I do actually agree with you that their priesthood should be shamanism. But I do know in the early design documents for WoW, they were planning on making Tauren priests, but they just didn't have the lore space to explain it. I think there's a lot we don't know about Tauren, so I'm willing to accept that. I think that's where I'm at. Okay, I thought it was a cutlass. Oh, we could... Actually, you know what, Little Karen? I know it's a cutlass because it's mounted on your hip. If it was a real Thunder Fury, it would be mounted on your back. Hey, Feronia, how's it going? There could be. There very well could be frozen steps. Like, this is one of the things where... It's one of the reasons I really love being an RP server, because the lore matters to people. And these things are contentious, surprisingly, to a lot of people. And, you know, one of the best things about... Wow, by the way, there's a hellacious battle going on between Brigorn and Little Karen. Brigorn, you're gonna die. I hate to tell you this. Little Karen's been fighting for her life. Her whole existence. Little Karen's a demon, dude. I mean... So, yeah, I mean... I think for me, I'm someone who... My point of view is generally one of... I come at MMOs from the perspective of tabletop role-playing games like Dungeons & Dragons, Pathfinder, GURPS, Call of Cthulhu. So, for me, classes will matter, but what matters more for me is how they fit in the world. And if they don't fit, or it feels really ham-fisted and feels very pandering, then it doesn't feel good. I'll admit. And if everything in the game is at the service of, making things perfectly balanced, it also doesn't feel good. So I think this is actually kind of a pretty deep question, right? So, Raukangren, here's where I'm going to push back on... No, I actually really like what you wrote. Just I'll read it out in case anyone can't read it. Raukangren said, I meant to say that there is little sense for Tauren to ever consider priesthood in a sense that this would help them solve any pressing issues. Healing, shamans and druids can do it. Resurrection, shamans and druids can do that as well. What would priests even do for Tauren? Speak with the spirits like shamans do? Alright, I think that's a very good point. Now, here's... Guys, I can't hear my lore if you keep making pig noises. Hold on, I gotta turn down my sound so I can concentrate. You're welcome, stream. So... I like to think this would be the same case for Night Elves. Why would they need the light? They have druids for their healing. They're also extremely xenophobic in original lore. But they also worship Elune. I think there is stuff in the lore about Anshu worshipping a version of both the sun and the moon, I think. A celestial body. So shamanism is very grounded in the world, in many respects like a druid is, but worship of celestial entities and bodies is very much more priest-centric in my mind, and at least the way it feels and the way it acts. So, I definitely think the utility argument I actually buy, but for me, I think it has more of a what are they doing to get these powers? And it's a matter of faith. And I think shamans have balance and a communing with the elements in the same way that druids have a communing and connection to nature. But as far as like a higher power, I can also see Taurens with some of the worship of celestial bodies having a similar connection. So I don't think it's completely out of left field. I think it's less established. And that's why I'm excited to see it be established. Priesthood and Night Elf had been there since the very beginning of their society. They've retained all their jobs classes as if they were until the very present days. Raukangren, I'm not pushing back on that. What I'm saying is Blizzard didn't write us enough. We have snippets about what Taurens could be. We don't have the full picture. What we know is only what we've been told. But in the case of a lot of the Horde races, there's not a lot we were told, especially at this point in the lore. So for that reason, I'm willing to at least entertain what the team can say about some of that more expanded lore. And I think if you can only go off of what we know in the vanilla lore, I think it's not a lot. Which is why I don't even fully disagree with your assessment that, like, yeah, priests is kind of a big buy for that. And in fact, I probably have more issues with dwarfs being warlocks. I only say that because it's against the law, and dwarfs know how to follow the law. Maxim, I don't know how to tell you this, but I'm definitely going to side with Raukangren about Night Elves not being mages. I'm sorry. They should not be mages. They shunned arcane power a long time ago. No, Raukangren's right about that. The Highborn were kicked out. Bro, Warlocks were banned from the Horde in Lord of the Clint. I know they were. Listen, we can't all have the game the way we want it to be, right? Everyone who's watched my streams knows that I feel, and Little Karen, I don't even if you don't like this, Little Karen, you know how I feel. If you're a Warlock and you have a demon out in a city, I genuinely believe the city guard should attack you. That would be way more immersive and lore correct than, like, you know, a gnome walking through your city with a Voidwalker and not getting clapped immediately. Because demons represent, like, annihilation and death to everything. And no living, breathing person on Azeroth is going to be like, oh, cool, demon. Yeah, that's fine. Not a big deal. It is a big deal. Retcons are the Eve are not for me. Oh, Naxum. Come off of it. Lizzie Babs, yeah. I know you wouldn't mind that because I know a lot of the old heads are way more friendly to RP sensibilities, right? And I'm not trying to make value assessments either. Like, you know, the people that are here more for PvE, like, you're valid. You want to play a game, that's fine. But a lot of the people that started here when the community was much smaller and much more RP centric, they definitely understood much more of the RP sensibilities of those around them, and they tried to respect those. Many cases they wouldn't, but oftentimes they would. I would be more than fine with Night Elf Mage if they start their path as, yeah, well, with Eldrathlas, or the what's that? The Chendralar, right? We almost had Chendralar as like a faction, not like a playable race, but as like a faction. But it got canned before the Hyjal patch, I think. Am I right about that? Or am I wrong? The pig stopped. I can play the sound again. But yeah, that area was like in the game for a little bit, but it wasn't functional, and then it was completely removed. It's an area called Renathalas. In fact, there's even a music track that still exists in the soundtrack folio called Renathalas. It's kind of a bummer. None of that came out to be, but my understanding is that it just the work that was being done there wasn't like fitting with what Turtle wanted to do, and so it was kind of canned. But I actually would definitely buy a Chendralar style elf being a mage. They would look like night elves, right? But they have a different lineage, they have a different tradition. Yep, exactly. I also, not that I'm definitely a believer in, I'm fine with the Horde being ugly. I'm okay with it. I'm fine with it. But I will often say it is really a shame that the Forsaken don't have a dark ranger option. Because I know people like playing elves, and that is a way more lore accurate way to play an elf on the Horde than anything else, seeing as literally Sylvanas is one of them. I would love that for the Horde. I would love that for the Forsaken. I think honestly it would shift the population demographic. I'm not even joking. And it's not even a lore stretch. That's literally already established lore that there are Dark Rangers, they exist, and they're on the Horde now. So, like, why not? And true story, I think it's even in the store still today. If I go to the donation reward shop, right, and I go to roleplay. Oh no, it's skins. When I get to there, you have to be a high elf to play as a Dark Ranger. That is a gigantic lore failure to me. I understand why that is. Like, you can only put skins with the races that work with. I get that, Turtle Team. I get that. But lore-wise, it's such a missed opportunity. And, like, Forsaken Dwarf should also exist. Possibly Gnomes. Arthas wasn't like a I'm only going to make undead out of humans kind of guy. So it would be cool if those models were at least optional, like kind of how if you start a troll, right? You get the wide choice of, will I be blue or green? Are you going to be a dark spear or are you going to be a forest troll? It would be cool if that was an option for Forsaken. There's an undead dwarf shop in this game, but again, but you can only play it as a dwarf. So if you play as a dwarf, you have to be on the Alliance. Obviously. Issue is, there should have been every race as undead in the Forsaken faction. But that was unreal for Blizzard to implement back then. Yeah, I think it would be a bit of a stretch even to have a Night Elf Forsaken. I'm sure it happened. But I think that's such an edge case. But humans, dwarfs, gnomes, high elves. Absolutely. Just because of the different conflicts that were happening. I'm not saying Night Elves didn't go over to Eastern Kingdoms. They definitely did. But I mean, let's be real. Like, they did not get undeadified nearly as much as those in Eastern Kingdoms did. Maxim, I know. It still hurts. I mean, I talked to Cineris. He's such a good dude. You know, it's such a shame. Yeah, Pirate Snorlax, you're not wrong. By the way, awesome name, by the way. I love that name. You're not wrong. A lot of the dead elves became ghosts. I don't know if like a ghost is gonna read well or translate well to being a player since you're incorporeal. Like, how are you gonna put on gear? Mind you, I can pickpocket ghosts, and I still struggle with that one, but I never got the reason why that died on the vine. You're not gonna get a reason, Maxim, because the team wouldn't give one. The reason we're given is that they've decided to go different ways. They did not give a reason. I still thought that was inappropriate, and I thought that was not enough of an explanation, and the Turtle Team would not give one, and Unreal Azeroth would not give one. Sometimes you don't get to know the ending of a story. Or whatever future might be in store for Unreal Azeroth, because my understanding even was that Cineris was designing it just to be vanilla, and that because Turtle was funding them, they were intent on making a branch specifically for Turtle. So Cineris could still be doing his own thing, just and with his team, whether he has a team or not, I don't really know, but he could still be designing it just for vanilla. I don't know. I mean, the speculation, right? And you guys know that since I care about journalistic ethics, I don't really like playing speculation games. It's not fun. It's not helpful. But my personal read on it is that it likely had something to do with the lawsuit, but they didn't want to say that. I don't have that confirmed. That's literally just a vibe. Considering the timing of the announcement, that's just my read. But I don't know. I can't say that with any certainty. And so it's just speculation. If I have like a semi-public, semi-private Discord where I do news stuff, right? I was grilling their PR person about this. Their new person, what is it? Shadow Song, I think is their name. Oh, hey, thanks for dropping by, Bregorn. Have a good one. But yeah, like, it was, I had Shadow Song in my news Discord, and I was just like, I was ripping into them. I was like, what do you mean you can't tell us anything more? Like, what are you talking about? But, you know, it is what it is. You know, anyone who's been around Turtle WoW long enough knows the tradition is that once things start to feel like they're getting good, something happens and then it's not good. And then right now we're in the cycle where we're slowly ramping up to things being good again. Come late summer, early autumn, we'll probably get something bad happen. It's a cycle. Vrograg, Pirate Snorlax says, thanks for the compliment on the name. Vrograg, can you tell the Turtle team to get a Pix deposit key running for them for South America? We want to deposit, but no one here uses PayPal. Yeah, actually, I know who is one of the management people for, I'm going to mention this, hold on, let me see. I think Nito over there is one of the heads, right? Don't worry, I'm still catching fish. I'm multitasking. Pirate Snorlax, because I like your name so much, I remembered to do it right away. Celestrin says, not happening, Vrograg. The payment store is a gray area at the moment. This is private server. It's been gray area since we started. You best believe you're in a legal gray area because you've been in one the whole time. Of course it's gray area. Will every race ever have their own starter zone in this game? Hold on, wait a minute. Yeah, I guess the gnomes and dwarves share one, and the orcs and the trolls share one, right? Humans have their own. Elves have their own. Other elves have their own. Goblins have their own. Tauren have their own. Yeah, that's a good question. I'm kind of with you. I kind of wish they did. It almost feels like a little bit like over-engineering. But you're not wrong. Yeah, I mean, they've soft confirmed they're making some kind of a troll city with Amani lore, right? And they should. Truthfully, they should. I think there's lots of lore potential with how they choose to handle the Amani trolls. Sorry, Rauk Angren, I think, is still talking about the plague and who it affected. He's summarizing here. Kel'Thuzad developed the plague to kill everything living, but since he wasn't the inventor of the plague, never experimented with it long enough to study it in details. He could have been making stuff that kills everyone, but raises into a death mostly humans due to experimentations he had successful before he was exiled. Well, yeah, no. Going back to, like, why aren't there more blank Forsaken, right? My main point is that there should be like an elf or dark ranger variant for Forsaken. Only because it's established with Sylvanas. I I know a lot about Sylvanas, especially her early story. A lot of it was sort of like not super specific, like was it because she was a special elf or, you know, anything like that. So I'm okay with, like, maybe it did kill dwarves and gnomes. I still think there's a case to be made for dark rangers, dark elves, you know, risen from the dead. That's only one. I'm willing to see undead dwarves and gnomes, but I would like them to maybe do something with undead high elves. All right, let's see. Over on, I like the deep lore chat is over in Twitch, where Raukangren's writing me a thesis statement, and then everyone else just having a conversation in YouTube chat. It usually ends up this way. Wait, okay. Larazia, what does gray mean? Be specific. Let's see. Maxim says, I imagine they're working on something for the Amani. Yep, we were talking about that. And then I still remember High Elves and Humans shared Elwyn back when the Chinese boom happened. They didn't. Unless Chinese players were like summing them over, but like the earliest version of the High Elves, like they were out in Loch Modan. Oh, they summoned them over into the Humans area? We can't blame the YouTube bros. They are limited in the amount of symbols available to post for message. Yeah, I know. You could just write more than one message too. I mean, I'm usually pretty good at paginating a bunch of conversations at the same time. You finished the 1 out of 5 zone, and then 5 out of 10 you did the human stuff. Yeah, I mean, yeah, kind of. Yeah, you know, actually, a true story, Saucy Boy. My first character ever on Turtle WoW was a High Elf Rope, and I did that starting area. Let me tell you, I did it. It was an experience. Now, what if that experience was still available for you? Well, let me tell you about Forest Trolls, because we still have Amani Allure. But the Goblin area, actually the original Goblin area was actually pretty tough. It was surprisingly difficult. I did do that. Then they have, of course, the new starting area for the Goblins. Kind of reminds me your first stream, how trembling you were, how jumpy you reacted. It's been so long since I've started streaming, I can't even remember what that mindset is. I used to stream without camera on. The reason I like doing the camera is because genuinely I do a lot of talking, which I know you guys know. But I'm also very expressive, and it helps me to know that you guys can see my expression when I'm saying stuff. Also, because I'm mostly Italian, it's actually imperative that I know that my hands are being seen when I'm saying something. So it's really it's about me feeling like you guys hear me. Yeah, I mean, I think what they've done with the High Elves has been very tastefully done and great. I think it's a good variant of what could have been. Even though I don't like the Alliance much, I can still see good writing and respect it. You know what I mean? Raukangren. I'm not that kind of Italian. If you had to pick one new major city in the game, where would you put it? And which race should have a new city? It has to be a horde race. And it's got to be trolls. Where would I put it is sort of an open question. Because trolls could viably have lived almost everywhere on Azeroth. Small, maybe goblins having a real city of their own. I'll answer the troll one first. I think it might be disruptive, but I feel like the best thing, maybe lore-wise, expand the... expand the Echo Isles. Expand the Echo Isles. Make it properly the home of the Dark Spear. The Dark Spear, much in the same way that the gnomes have been fighting off and trying to reclaim their irradiated city, the trolls have been trying to reclaim the Echo Isles for themselves. I think that's where it's probably the most simple and like lore friendly spot to put it. You might need to pop in a new island or something here or there. I don't think you'd have to change much with geography. Some of those islands are somewhat big. You might have to change how some of the starting area troll quests work, but I think that would work. The original Dark Spear, they wanted to leave their homeland, right, of, you know, the SDV area, and they came here, right? They were kind of kicked out. They wanted to make a new home here, so I feel like they should be able to. For goblins, goblins are a little weird, right? Because what we have for them is we have the Durotar Labor Union versus the cartel, or the Venture Co. And like they're sort of like a renegade offshoot. We understand that the ones that are with the Horde are the parts of the Durotar Labor Union. And they kind of have like a village kind of outside of Orgrimmar. But they have slightly different ethos than a lot of their other less unionized kin. So I think they're pretty flexible. But honestly, what I think would be a really good way of representing like an actual goblin city would be like a floating city. And by that I mean, you guys know those crazy like libertarian people who are like, we're gonna go make like artificial islands in the sea so we can live in a lawless state. that kind of thing. They'll just like put a bunch of boats together and be like, this is the nation of Goblintopia. Because it would play into their engineering side. It would play into their free market side. And it would be something that I could see them doing. They just build off of an oil platform. Just put a bunch of oil platforms next to each other. Voila. You can have a goblin city. It'll be great. Deswallow Marsh with the questline based on Onyxia and the Black Dragonfly. Oh, yep. Do you think Turtle ever brings Kata style to the game? Nope. That's a hard no. Not until the client changes dramatically, because a lot of the stuff in Kata is just flat out not compatible. There are like some like Kata or maybe a little after, but like you usually have to like reduce polygon counts and stuff like that. Also, here's a good example of why I don't think the Kata stuff would work well. And I've learned of this through what I've done with icon illustrations. You can actually see the art style change over the years just through the icons. And it wasn't just, ownership changed, ethos changed, kind of like priorities changed, but it also affected the art style. And around the conversion between Wrath into Kata, a lot of that art style changed. And I think it would make some of it clash with the more vanilla aesthetics. So again, you can selectively bring stuff, but I don't see them doing that. Maybe further in the future, because there's a lot of dad gamers, right? A lot of people that are my age, maybe a little younger, maybe a little older, who are nostalgic and rose-tinted glasses for how vanilla looks and feels. But there's also a younger generation of gamers. A lot of the Chinese players too, I know, from like talking to them. They prefer a more modern graphic look. They use the HE patch all the time. And they don't like how the old game looks. So, I mean, maybe over time that might change. But I think there's a lot of limitations with the client that make that hard. Yeah, I agree with you, Maxim. And I mean, I can kind of, hold on, let me see if I can bring this up again. So, this is a Haxor's talent calculator builder thing. So I would check out icons here. So if I look like, here's a good way to like check. So here's like vanilla jewelry icons, right? And you'll notice eventually, like over the span of time, roughly, mind you, roughly, this isn't 1-to-1, but the top icons, generally they're one of the more older ones, one of the more original ones. Even in the duration of vanilla, some of the art style changed. As we get lower here, the new icons you might now recognize, a lot of these are made by the Turtle Wow art team. Like this one is a recolored Band of Sulphurous, right? But this stuff is made to emulate the vanilla style. But you know, if you're obsessive about icons like me, I look at these and I go, oh, these aren't vanilla. Even though I've never seen them, I would know they're not vanilla. Not because like they look bad, right? But there's like a certain clarity. There's a certain like presentation of the items that looks different, and whether it's good or bad is a whole different thing. But I think we do have to recognize that Turtle is also its own thing. A Turtle, it has its own divergent branching storyline, but it also has its own divergent branching art style. You can see that through some of the actual custom tier gear they've made. You know, what were their inspirations, how they made things look. And so I think it's worth noting that they don't have to go for a kata style. They could potentially just go for their own style, which I think would be the best of all outcomes. Yeah, Dormberty, yeah, absolutely. I remember I saw. By the way, don't go to this this subreddit if you value your sanity. But the WoW servers subreddit, which is pretty much just where all things private servers are talked about. There's a lot of Turtle fanboys, a lot of Turtle hate in there, and I saw someone say like, yeah, all the Turtle team can do is copy stuff. And then like some person just like lit them up about like, no, like they've made whole new zones. They've made and modeled whole new dungeons. Like they have their own textures they've made. They've made their own models for gear. Like it's not that they're just copy pasting stuff that, you know, Blizzard did in the past. Like they're clearly doing their own thing. Like, obviously a lot of vanilla is in here, right? But at the same time, there's also a lot of stuff that genuinely Blizzard never made and maybe could never make. And so I think that's worth noting too. Did I miss the stuff, the news about the patch? I mean, yeah, I got to it mostly early on. Sim City for Ricky. The big things that I mentioned, I showed off some of the icon updates. The real big thing that I'm trying to spread word about is that everyone's survival skill, as in the profession, if you currently have it, is going to be reset to 0. You're probably going to have to retrain everything, and every city is going to have a survival trainer. That's a big thing that kind of got lost in the mix of all the different announcements. That I feel like that was kind of newsworthy. Not a lot of people knew about it. Well, that's the thing, Maxim. We don't know what the recipes are going to be for anything. Like, so right now, how to make a planter or how to make a fishing boat requires a lot of copper bolts, but survival might go in a completely different direction with how they're going to roll everything out. I would like if they stopped relying on copper bolts, if I'm being perfectly honest. It has artificially inflated the copper market for a long time. What about the new dungeon? Oh, yeah. I mean, most of what the public knows is pretty much what they've said in their patches. I mean, that's, I believe, set to be in like the Iron Dunmoreau, I think is the area, is the region. And that's going to act as sort of a RFC variant for Alliance, essentially. We don't know a lot about the lore of what goes on there, but we do know there's ice trolls. The least well-written of the trolls. Believe it or not, there are trolls worse written than the Sand Fury. Kangaroo, you're not wrong. That would be pretty cool. Imagine having access to an auction house. I can imagine it. I tried selling copper once, and copper bolts sold for double the price of copper ingot ores. Yeah, we have to remember that not everyone has an engineer to make it, right? So that's only part of the process. I don't know what you could replace copper bolts with for something that seems important for structures like boats or planters. I imagine there's something, but worst written or not written? I think if it's not written, it is the worst written. Oh, wait, no, sorry. There's a close tie. Oh, does anyone remember the name of the tribe here in Zulhatha? I want to say it's the Shade Flayer, maybe? There's like nothing about those guys. They're kind of like the Ice Trolls, just on the opposite end of the level spectrum. And difficulty, too. They're super tough. I do not want to fight them. And like, listen, I mean, Turtle Team, I try to be fair about stuff, but the troll stuff in Hyjal was kind of slapped on there, wasn't it? It does not feel complete. If I go into that cave system right now, I believe I could still see seams in the world. And that cave system in the back is just like, it doesn't look like it's done. There's like no clutter in there. The mobs are spaced out evenly. It does not look done. I understand you guys go through crunch all the time. You guys love your crunch. You can't get enough of it. Are we getting Frost Troll lore in the new patch? I would like any lore about Frost Trolls other than they're the bad guy you kill in the dwarf starting area. That's like all we know about them. How do they live? What do they do? What are they doing there? Do they have like a more properly troll name other than Frost Troll? You know? Like, there's the Forest Troll, but they're the Amani, not just the Forest Troll. So, oh yeah, no, Raukangren, anything that could add flavor to professions is going to get a big thumbs up for me. And actually, one of the things I'm really excited about, I did see a couple things about this. I want everyone to be aware. This isn't news as much as I've been paying attention and you guys should too. If you are a crafter, you're not just a mindless Urbine Alk alt. You're not just engineering and mining your way through all your raids. If you have a real crafting profession, like blacksmithing, leatherworking, tailoring, jewel crafting, if you make gear, okay? Even engineering too, by the way. If you make gear, pay close attention. They had notes in the changelog that they were going to be adding stuff to be upgrades for crafted items in raids to make them commensurate with gear at that tier. They didn't elaborate a lot on that, but I've seen some of what that is. I don't know exactly how it's going to work, but expect there to be like upgrades to recipes. So, not that one. I'm gonna go to. So let's select a loot table. We're gonna look at crafting. Let's look at blacksmithing. Let's look at master swordsmith. All right, here's. Uh-oh, did my client crash? I think it did. Wait. Nope, it survived. It survived. Oh, but I missed the fish, guys. All right, so let's look at the Arcanite Champion. All right, this weapon right here, this bad boy. Can I? All right, I can just have it up. All right, so we're looking at this bad boy. Heal cell for 270 to. By the way, I randomly picked this because I didn't want to like give away anything or say anything. I just picked a profession. I just picked a random item. This is a high level crafted item. So like this might be a good pre-raid item. But let's imagine a world where when you go into raid, there could be like Arcanite Champion Plus, or there could be like a recipe for something that requires you to have an Arcanite Champion, something like that. If you get what I'm saying, that if you make it, it consumes your Arcanite Champion and then gives you a better, more upgraded version of it. Like, maybe it'll heal more, maybe it'll do more damage. I don't really know how they did all that, but that's something that I really think, especially crafters, should be on the lookout for in raids, because it's something that I think is fair and is more than warranted, because if you're any one of those professions I listed, you feel like a chump. I'm not, like, if you do raiding, you feel like a chump for having them. Like, what's the purpose? You could have engineering where you could do damage, right? You could have alchemy and make your own consumables. You could have one of the gathering professions and, like, actually have gold. But if you have, like, blacksmithing and you're, like, a mace smith, neat. Like, outside of, like, really early pre-raid biz stuff, like, more or less useless. There's a couple exceptions, right? Blacksmithing has belt buckles. There's some new armor kits for leatherworking, right? So there's some exception, but that's not the core of what those professions are. Leatherworking, whether, you know, if you make scale mail for your character, it just kind of ends. It kind of ends once you enter raiding. It kind of becomes useless. And so I think this measure to like have upgraded items will really be a revitalization of crafting in a lot of ways. In that it will be more than nothing. So like, I don't know what the end result's going to be, but I definitely think it's warranted and needed. Like, let's also, wise discernment, let's be honest. Nightfall doesn't need help. Like, Nightfall's good on its own because of that ridiculous buff it gives. But, yeah, something like the Arcanite Reaper, right? Not really useful deeper into progression. But imagine if there's, like, you know, the skillfully made Arcanite Reaper. Oh, cool. Now there's an axe. And it's the way that they're designing it, as I understand, is it's meant to be like concurrent with the gear that you're getting at that tier. You're not going to be getting generally a Nax tier weapon from a recipe drop in Molten Core. You're going to be getting a Molten Core tier drop for, you know, like that's the design implementation. That's what they're meaning to do. I guarantee you there's going to be some exception. There's going to be something that was forgotten or something that's messed up. But I love this because I have, like, Obamsawin, my main raid tune is an elemental shaman who's a dragon scale leatherworker, and I haven't used dragon scale leatherworking outside of pre-raid biz stuff except for once, like one time. And it was because there was a world drop pattern off of Azeroth that had a little bit of arcane resist that I could use for anomalous in Kara 40. That was the only time it was ever useful. It literally feels like I can still help pretty much baby shaman and baby paladins who are coming up. I can make the red dragon scale set for them. That's about it. That's my big contribution. Whereas if you can make consumables, if you can do like damage or have utility, like some of the engineering stuff, or just have gold because you've gathered stuff, it's a huge big power. It's a big power differential. It feels bad being a regular crafter in PvE. And I imagine to some extent in PvP as well. Like you kind of have to have engineering, right? It would be nice if you could have something even though you do PvP. I do like the Red Dragon skill set. I like the original version of it a lot better, if I'm being honest. Let me see if I can bring that up. Thank you for the the light. Crafting, leatherworking, dragon scale. So they completed a lot of these sets. They added to them. So you'll see the 4-set bonus. Your direct healing spells have a chance to heal your target for 240 over 12 seconds. That hot would hit on chain heals, and its scaling was like really good. Now, not so much. But back when I first had it on, woo, you could wear that bad boy all the way through BWL. Might as well just wear it through AQ as well. Like, it was good. And they scaled it back a little bit. Yeah, like it would be cool if I could upgrade this. It's sad that I got rid of it. Oh, Heisenberg dropping the big knowledge, saying there's a little changelog just out, but there's some interesting things in there. Let's take a look. March 18th, that's today. Okay. Well, I could tell you guys about a little bit of the behind the scenes stuff that's going on with this. I might have mentioned it on stream maybe last week briefly. So right here you see Ride of the Wild now properly allows riders once again. So 2 weeks ago, there was an issue they tried solving, and it was a good problem to solve. Druids that have Ride of the Wild, if you don't know, they can kind of just pick you if you're on the same faction, even if you're not on the same faction, but you're in a party. They can kind of just pick someone in a crowd and say, get on my back, even if you didn't want it. Now, it's all fun and games. You can hop off, right? It's not that big of a deal. But let's say there was a druid who was being an asshat and was like bothering you and was harassing you, right? And you put them on ignore. Well, if they were on ignore, they could still do it to you. So 2 weeks ago, they put a fix in that said, hey, if you have the druid on ignore, they cannot use Ride of the Wild on you. Except, you know how like when you put an extra negative in an equation and it flips it back to a positive? The turtle team kind of accidentally did that, but with this fix. So what has been happening for the last week and a half pretty much is that druids could not have you ride them unless you had them on ignore. It was like literally the opposite of what they wanted. So I believe that's what this fix is. The team was aware of it. They've been working on fixing it. I think it was literally like just flip the one thing that says like not to do this and said to do it. Is that so you can ride Drew again? Oh, I'd love to ride Drew. Drew's great. Loot is now tradable from non-boss enemies within a 10-minute period. What does this mean? If you've been in raid and you want to T-Mog a trash item, you're usually told, no, you can't do that. You can't trade trash items. This is to fix that. So, if you're in a raid and there's a trash item, and the loot master says, oh, you can't, once I trade it to you, the trading's done. No, now when it gets master looted and master looted to a person, potentially the person who wants it for TMOG, they'll still be allowed to trade it once. It won't count as the initial trade. That's what this fix is for. Shout out to the... I know the dev who did this. Thank you. You're a real one. The TMOG community loves you for this. Thank you. Fixed incorrect fishing loot tables in Hyjal and Burning Step. Wait, in Hyjal? Wait. What was wrong with the Hyjal one? Oh, okay, okay, guys. All right. Okay, don't be mad at me. Can we start there? Can we start there with, like, don't be mad at me? So, some of the devs might have come to me and been like, Vrograg, you've been bitching a lot about the fishing loot tables being wrong. Could you explain what you mean? And I tried as hard as I could to keep it as concise as possible. So, I think I pointed out, hey, so Hyjal, all of the water there, none of it's coastal. There's no ocean water. But you can get ocean fish here, like dark claw lobster, stone scale eel, and firefin. That's not how every other fishing works. It's been like this for a while. I also cautioned them that this is an important crux to the stone scale economy, so maybe consider not doing it. I think they didn't consider it much. This could be 100% my fault. The Burning Steps one, if you watched 2 weeks ago and you watched me fishing in Burning Steps. Oh, wait, right here, Burning Steps. I was fishing right here in the lava. And, sorry, you didn't see I had the map open. I was in Burning Steps and I was fishing in lava. And I was kind of pulling fish out and lava things out. That one should have gotten fixed. Now, is there a silver lining to this? Yes, there is. They'll probably... Doing this fix will probably break something else with fishing, and I'll find it. And I'm going to report it. But I want you guys to know that I always am an honest orc. I'll tell the team and I'll tell the community when I find something broken. And how did they not know about the Hyjal thing? Like, I thought they knew. The Hyjal's been out for a couple years, right? 2023? Like, it's like they didn't know that you could get ocean fish from Hyjal? I thought it was like where the eels breed? Sounds like a torticoating right there. I don't know who put the fishing table like that, but I looked at it, I was like, this double proc fish and their stone scale, like, tons of... I know for a fact there are people on the team that were catching the stone scale too, but I don't think anyone thought about it. Because if you look, all right, let me show you guys what I'm talking about. Stone scale eel. All right, I'm going to go from here to stone scale eel. I'm going to go to Wowhead. This is in classic where you could catch it. Ashara. Notice how all of this is coastal ocean water, right? Stranglethorn Vale. All coastal ocean water. Tenaris. Coastal ocean water. Feralis. Coastal ocean water. Hinterlands. You guys get where I'm going? This is really the coast. That's Scarlet Enclave, but it is outside. It is on the coast. So when Hyjal, which like let me show you a map of Hyjal. Get rid of this for a second. Here's Hygel. Can someone point to me on the map where the ocean is? Trick question. There isn't one. So I think that might be what they're fixing. What fish are they going to put in there? I don't know. It was also dropping elemental water, essence of water, and globes of water. Don't know if they're going to change that. It is a high-level fishing area, so maybe? Feronia, you were likely correct. This was not the intended outcome. I just wanted to tell them what was incorrect about their fishing. Isn't Hygel one of the highest points in Kalimdor? Yes, it is. In fact, if you look at the map too, something fun you can do here. So, really, the way you get to Hygel, right? You start the path here. You start walking upwards in Ashenvale. And then, you go to Felwood. You keep walking up. And then you go through Felpaw Village. Oh, hold on, that's the wrong screen. You keep walking up, and then you go around to Dark Whisper Gorge, and then you go up further and further. It's like a concentric circle. You keep going up and up. So this is very far away from the ocean. And these are the headwaters of all of Kalimdor. Hello, DJ Shiel. Shiel, I did an oopsie. I did an oopsie that... I mean, okay. Is it an oopsie? Is it an oopsie if I tell them that, like, their Hygel fishing has been wrong for 2 years? And why it's wrong? Just because the entirety of the stone scale eel market hinges on people being able to catch stone scale eel there? Please don't be mad at me. Guys, I have to speak truth to power. That's not how eels work. That's not how firefin works. They're coastal water. There are good inland fish. Right? Nightfin and lightning eels? Those are pretty good. Those are pretty poggers. We like those. Why would I be mad? My middle name is Chaos? Really? So that means your full name is Shiel Chaos Stroopwaffle? That's crazy. Haxer, please help me. I only told them the truth. We're gonna get so stone scale eel screwed. Oh no. Everyone's gonna hate me. We need the stone scale eel from Hygel because it has double proc, so you can like AFK and fish there, and it's really good. Oh, this is bad. Also, Shiel, you always get checked at the airport for what? Shiel, do you have lice? Oh, of course, yeah. Little Karen's here. The little Karen. Soon to be scepter wielder in Ambershire, evidently. Shield Chaos Stroopwaffle. I forgot my own joke. That wasn't a joke. That's actually your name. That is your doxable name. Everyone knows this. Well, sorry, guys. I got really off track once I saw that note. I am... Oh, boy. They're going to string me up about that one. Okay. Fixed costs and requirements for the Mount Frost Ram. I think there wasn't a level requirement on Frost Ram. I think that's what this one's about. Anything else here? Oh, this is, to any of my Telebim homies, I think this has been a long, annoying thing. Or maybe it hasn't. I think what this is about is that in order to fix things for the PvP realms, they made the tier 2 leggings drop less often for the PvE people. They tried to fix it. I don't know what the fix was. Reduced aggro range of Hillsbrad Sentry, and the quest honoring Earth Mother and Day of Remembrance have been added to the Day of Remembrance event, available until March 20th. Honoring the Earth Mother and Day of... Hold on, what is that? Honoring the Earth Mother? Honor... Maybe it's not... Maybe it's not in? I'll check for Day of Remembrance. I don't think it's in. Remembrance? Nope, it's... Nope. It's just not... I don't... What is the Day of Remembrance event? I don't even know what that is. Oh, I see, Celestrin. Okay. Or Larazia, as I think you are. Oh, boy. Okay, so yeah. I mean, it was a small... Oh, no. I kind of have to go to Hyjal, right? I mean, I'm going to have to see how it is after server reset. Do you guys think it's going to be bad? Oh, no. Rodfather, if you're listening, I'm so sorry. Rodfather would love to fish for eels there, and I think I just ruined it for Rodfather. Well, maybe lightning eels will be there? Rodfather, am I the bad guy? Am I the baddie? No, he's not the beholder. He's Rodfather Fishslayer. He has the title. If you ever see him on Nordinar. Oh, Sheila, you missed it before. I was teasing the DJs for not knowing anything about Turtle. But being excellent entertainers while knowing nothing about Turtle. I have a critical mass, it would seem, also of boxes I need to go through. You know, that is the beginning of knowledge, Shiel. Knowing that you don't know anything. Oh, man. Shiel, you just said, I started playing Horde now. I am one of the baddies. I think you don't fully understand yet. There's only one bad guy in the game, and it's the Forsaken. And they know that. And they own it, and they appreciate it. Raukangren, I did see your comment here in Twitch chat. You said you are missing the fact that the water under Nordrassil used to be ocean water pretty much. Raukangren, I want you to think about this. Does that make any lore sense? I have it on good authority that plants do not like salt water, especially terrestrial plants. It kills them. I am aware of the fact that, yeah, that's... But, okay, even if that was how it works, right? At some point, when they released Hyjal, right? Before Hyjal, there was no... You couldn't catch anything in that water. I know. You could not catch anything in that water. When they released Hyjal, it was a unique fishing loot table that only exists in Hyjal. It would allow double proc fish catches, the only spot in the world that does that. It also requires 420 fishing, so it's one of the hardest fishing areas in the world to go to. So I thought that was like the trade-off. I thought it was weird that they allowed ocean fish up there, but I'm like, okay. But the fishing loot table had inland and coastal fish, so I'm like, all right. And, you know, maybe this is to help ease the stone scale eel scarcity issue, which had popped off before the Hygel stuff. By removing stone scale eel, though, that I don't know what's gonna happen. The water was brackish. Don't equivocate here, Feronia. That trees do not like tons of salt, even like a little bit extra salt in their water. When the Roman legions used to salt the earth, it was so no one could grow anything. You just don't want salt where you grow plants. And you have druids right there. You think they're going to go, oh yeah, this is good. Salt water, that's good stuff. No, the druids would be all over it. Oh boy. All right, let me check out some of these chests. Please it. Oh no. I don't know why, but the magic number for fishing is 420 in Hygel and deep water Ashara. It just is. Honestly, Maxim, if you look at how the tree is actually shaped, it actually looks like its roots are avoiding the water. So I almost buy what Raukangren's saying, but the other part is like the tree would be dead, like fully dead. Oceanic plants have a membrane adaptation. Yeah, exactly. See, so I'm not the only one who appreciates botany and entomology here. I will say the fishing loot table here, actually not bad. It's actually pretty good. You guys want to see something funny? I have this waterlogged crate from Venture Company Supplies. There's a good chance I get nothing from this box. Ah, damn it. By the way, there's a chance you get nothing from that box. I also complained about that for fishing. You can't call me a nerd, Haxer. Not when I care about learning and understanding the world. The well made with salty tears of a loon? Oh, what's she upset about? What does she have to be mad about? Like, oh no, all my children are immortal. Or maybe she's upset they kind of acted like animals. Kind of a vibe. I get it. Hey, little Karen, if you're still listening, I'm gonna go to Hygel. I need to go prove a point before everyone hates me for proving the point. Sickly fish. Don't need this. Don't need this. Lots of junk fish here. Oh, message in a bottle. Hold on, wait. Oh, did it become a message? You guys just saw me right-click message in a bottle and it disappeared? What was that? Was it a quest? Message in a bottle. Contains... It didn't give me any of these. I guess there's a chance it doesn't give you any? I don't know how that works. I feel like I got scammed. Well, Haxer, you know I'm passionate about icons. I did show off some of the new ones Dane did too. I'm very excited. I hope they get in. I hope the team likes them. I hope they're approved and acknowledged. I'm really hoping for the AQ ones, just because Ambershire, I think, is really going to benefit from some icon variety in their Lord's quests and some of the AQ stuff. What makes you think Azeroth ocean water is similar to Earth oceans? I would say by the biological diversity therein. So because there's certain fish that only grow and exist in coastal waters, whereas ones that are inland waters, it does show me that something about the water inland is inherently different than the water that's not inland. Presumably it would be the salt content, but it could be another mineral. You're absolutely correct. Either way though, there is distinctly two different water biomes for the fish to exist in. So like, you can't say I'm wrong about that. We don't know what it is. But I'm gonna say like the water in Hyjal isn't ocean water. It's not. It's clearly not. It's too far from the ocean. All right, let me open this one. Maybe I get nothing again. Ah, dang it. I got 2 empty ones in a row before, not today. Is Timberhold an alternate raid or next tier raid? It is an alternate tier raid, I believe. I think it's sandwiched, but do not quote me, man. I think it's meant to be between AQ40 and Nax, or Nax and Kara 40. I don't know where it actually belongs. Somewhere in there, though. I think. All right. Do I have a... Oh, you know what? Sorry, look, Karen, I don't actually have the rune to go to Hyjal because I have a thing to go there. I have a thing to go there. I'm going to go teleport to Winter Spring and then fly up. We have no plankton on Azeroth. We definitely have plankton. We must have plankton. Because we have catfish. They gotta eat something. Bottom feeders gotta eat something. Also, a world without plankton is like so ocean screwed. Oh, sorry, so oxygen screwed. You have no idea. Plankton are really the heavy lifters of our oxygen, man. We need them. No, Social Cliff. I have the I have the quest done. I literally have the teleporter for Winter Spring, so it's like not that big of a difference for me. I do have the Time Worn rune, which, by the way, hopefully will be getting an icon update so it doesn't look like Rune of Portals. You're welcome, mages. I'm already flying up Lazy Bass. Plus, I'm gonna get up in a second to go take a bathroom break. So, all right, okay. Be right back.
The future's a journey, not just a road. I'm riding a camel with circuits and wires through dunes of glass, through infinite fire.
Shield, my chat is so well behaved and so brave, intelligent, and thoughtful. They wouldn't go wild when I'm gone. This is a good opportunity to point out. This is showing the fishing that I've done in different parts of Hyjal, right? So let me point out every. Now I'm in Dark Hollow Pass. That's right. I still have another weird fishing spot because I haven't checked it in a while. It might be different. 10 Bark Skin Cave. We haven't been there in a minute, and I want to see if anything changed about it. But yeah, I think I've done a lot of fishing in Hyjal. Every little subzone I go to, my fishing buddy changes. You could refer us to us noble ones. To us noble ones, huh? So, we can go through this piece by piece, actually. So, rock, scale, cod. Rock scale cod I've caught in Hyjal. Pretty sure that is a coastal fish. Nope, it's inland. All right, so that one's fine. That one's fine. Let's double check red gill. Red gill's also inland, so that one's fine. I've done tons of fishing over at the dock here, so I think that will be a good table to check. Just to show you what I mean. There it is, okay. So, as I showed you guys with stone scale eel, we know that those are coastal fish. Firefin. You can see here, all coastal. Stone Talon Mountains, I don't know why they're here, but they shouldn't be. Coastal. 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 Aside from some random stuff they did with Stone Talon Mountains, they're all coastal. Okay, so glossy mite fish. Coastal. And yet I'm catching them in Hyjal. Yep, all coastal, all the time. All right. We have on the list, we check rock scale cod, big mouth clams. I think you can ordinarily only fish those up in coastal areas, but I'll check. Big mouth. Where's it? Big mouth. Coastal, 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 and coastal. All right. Next one. Large mite fish. I think it's the same story here too. Yep. Coastal once again, but only Ashara and Eastern Plague Lands. Let's see, that's that little spot right there. But yeah. All right. Oily blackmouth, I think can be both. I think I've seen both, but I'll double check. Yep, you can see it's both here, coastal and inland. A very adaptable fish, clearly. Um. Yeah, so you can see why I had some questions about the hydro fishing loot tables not making sense. I'm gonna go tell those two fishers. Do you think they're gonna believe me? Excuse me, ladies. Just wanted to let you know I saw the change log and they might be changing what fish are available here soon. So fish prudently. Mokhtar, and have a good fishing session. I owed it to them. They're fishing there right now. Little Karen, I'm gonna be heading down to Barkskin Cave. We might have to fight our way in there because I don't think you can stealth. I mean, you probably wouldn't have much problem fighting our way in there if you're there, but getting on my battle garb just in case. Man. Barkskin Cave is right there. I don't think I've fished in the waters here either. But I want to try the cave first. But my data isn't showing me anything right now, but I don't think I have done those pools much. Okay, that's fine, Lizzie Babs. Because some of the elites in there can be pretty nasty. Even for a rogue tank such as myself. I'm still going to try to pickpocket a few on my way in, though. How can I not? I mean, they have pockets, I think. Do they have pouches? Am I pick-pouching? Oh, I've already got in combat with one. That's not good. Nope, shaman out there fighting the good fight. Don't mind me, boys. I said don't mind me. Alright. Alright, gotta get to the water spot. Also, they kind of slapped me. Dang, that hurt. Wait, is the water up or down? The water should be down. Okay, I gotta like trick this guy. Oh jeez, there's two of them right there. Oh crap. I might have to fight that guy. The quest in there is... I know it's super hard. It's not as hard as the troll area, mind you, but... Can I get around this guy? What if he, like, looks to the right and then I shift? Okay, it looks that way. Oh, no. Who was that? We'll never know. Yes, it worked. Give me your fishing waters. I know they're in here. I better not see the Barkskin Fisher up. That's a rare spawn. And he has the cool fishing... Nope, he's not here. Good. Oh, back to fishing. Let's see what we got. I might need lures and stuff for this too, so. Actually, I almost guarantee I do. I think I have... do I have the lures? There it is. Hello, Melon Colin. Hello, Laren. The new girl here. Well, hello. Welcome to... it's been more fishing than news, if I'm being perfectly honest. I still feel like the survival stuff, I need to keep harping on that. So I really don't think many people know about it. I know a lot of people are going to be kind of upset by it, but we'll all be fine. Okay. So, according to my previous data, I've caught a lot of different things in here. I've also caught knifefin here. Nice. I've caught summer bass here. Okay, do you see? The first fish I caught was a double catch of a stone scale eel. Traditionally, I get about 15% stone scale eel here. And in most of the hydral waters, I mean, that's really good. If I show you my fishing buddy data and I show you trying to get stone scale eel. Okay, I don't know why Ursulon has that. Ursulon. Oh, well, that was something they fixed. Nordrasil Glade, I'm getting about 15% catch rate there. Barkskin Village, which is like outside, I'm getting 2.6. I think this is a different zone, but yeah, the highest I've ever gotten is like 15. Like some of this is thrown off for when I do pool fishing, for instance. So I'm trying to look at spots where I mostly don't do pool fishing, which has mostly been. So like, usually when I'm on Telebim or Gilligim, I'm usually doing pool fishing, not just open water fishing. And getting 15%, it's still pretty good. Steve and Pollied, Pollied 9937. Hello there. I just got my hardcore character to 60 and I'm grinding my fishing. Is there any way to make the number go up faster? Steven, I hate to tell you this, but no. And the worst part is the higher level you get, the harder it is to get a single fishing skill level up. It goes in like tiers. So like, I think when you're like in the last stretch from like 250 to 300, you'll like average needing 7 successful catches, I think, to get a single skill up. So, my dog, I wish you luck. Just keep fishing, man. You'll get there. Oh, winter squid. What a wonderful spot. Why would I ever want to leave this place? What a great fishing spot. So I like how a lot of this has been, hey, let's fish in weird spots, right? But then it kind of changed into, uh-oh, I might have broke hydro fishing. So, oh boy. It is a grind. A true story, I got, Rexander to 300 like last week or something too. I was just messing around with fishing with her. Exactly, Steven. I like fishing too. Hey, since you're fishing, I got some news for you hot off the presses. Where is it? Fix incorrect fishing loot tables in hydral and burning steps. By the way, Turtle Team, again, I love you guys, but you gotta put more in the message. Especially for something like this. Like, if it's, you know, this, oh, okay, you don't need to write a novel about reduced aggro range of Hillsbrad Sentry. I get that. One sentence is enough. But something like Loot table is now tradable from non-boss enemies. Elaborate? Like a little? Like what does that mean? I had to translate that because I knew what it meant, for instance. And this? What does fix mean? I mean, literally the word fix means you could just make the loot table static. I doubt that's what you're doing. What was broken about them? How was it broken? Was there any consideration to how much you're going to mess up the economy when you do this? I don't know. Steven, I was just going over this recently. So if you fish in Hyjal, as I am right now, you will catch fish that are exclusively caught in coastal areas, like stone scale eel, and firefin, and mitefish. This is not vanilla behavior. I was asked recently by people from the team, hey, like what's wrong about like our fishing stuff? Because you do a lot of fishing. And for some reason, our poor judgment has made us trust you. And I said, hey, well, like, did you know, like in Hyjal, you're catching coastal fish. Like that's, you know, there's nothing to substantiate that. I'm just letting you know, like, that's not what you would expect to find there. And then, like, there, by the way, that wasn't the only one. I also pointed out burning steps where I'm like, so in the lava, I'm catching fish and I'm catching essence of fire. And that doesn't seem right. So, Heisenberg, what do you mean explain again? How can I make it more, how can, let me ask you, what don't you understand about it? Sorry, I gotta message someone something too. I'll get right back to that. All right, where is this? Where is this? Right now, I'm letting the dev know that they are going to hang me. Okay, know about the okay, so Heisenberg, I can explain the tradable loot. So right now, if you go to a raid, generally, you're going to be on master loot. If you're on master loot and you have something that drops off of trash, like misplaced servo arm, for instance, if you're the master looter, you can loot that to one person, but then it's locked. If you are master looter and you have boss loot and you loot it to a person, they can still trade it one time to maybe fix a mistake or maybe do transmog trades. It's perfectly normal. But trash drops could never do that. That changelog note we saw is actually them fixing the ability for trash loot to be traded once, like all the other loot that comes from bosses. I hope that explains it. The new title just for you, Vrograg the Pariah? Oh no. I'm not going to say which developer it is, but I let them know they're going to hang me, and their response is, better run and hide the goblin way. The essence of fire fishing sounds nice. Is that vanilla behavior? Steven, it is not. On Turtle, they kind of did a cute thing where you can fish in lava there's 3 things you can catch in lava in Black Rock Mountain, and I guess the lava and burning steppes. You can catch old skulls, which is the most common. You can catch coal, which is the uncommon, or you can catch essence of fire, which is the rare for that. I think the fishing just matches the zone, so it's like probably 250. But yeah, the problem was that fish were also in there. So I'm like, that fish don't like lava. Even Rao Kangren would have to agree that fish aren't going to live in lava. I tried to heal the economy, not break it. They are going to go nuts over stone scale shortages. Curse my good looks and compulsive honesty. Oh wait, crap. I need my lures again. Did I get the I don't think that's going to be enough for here. I think I can fish here with the flesh-eating worms, which give 100. Do I have those? I should have one, right? I do. Yeah, I see there. By the way, if you're ever looking for this particular bait, this bait gives... so the best lure right now is Aqua Dynamic Fish Attractors, right? But they only last 5 minutes. In the patch, they're going to last for 10 minutes, which is great. Love that. Love that change. There's also the Flesh-Eating Worms, which give you 75 for 10 minutes. At 75, I would still be at 410, so I'd still be a little bit short. Ah, dang it. Yeah, I guess I have to use Aqua Dynamic Fish Attractors. But if you want a 75 lure, they drop off of like... you ever fight a mob where worms come out of them? They're usually like ghouls. Those little worms that come out of the ghouls will drop them. They're a good source of grave moss, but also flesh-eating worms. And I would not count a tardigrade as a fish. So yeah, I guess that's other late breaking news. After the reset, if you want stone scale eel, don't go to Hyjal. I'm still gonna want to go to Hyjal to see what they changed it with. I feel like after the patch, I need to purge all of my fishing buddy records because it's not gonna make sense anymore. I mean, you guys saw what I had for Ursulon, where like the amount of stone scale eel I caught there was like, where is it? Yeah, I caught 342 out of a total of 127 casts. I did report this as well, by the way. So, like, I report the good and the bad. This is what the team appreciates about me, guys, is that I will tell it straight, even when it clearly hurts me. Well, at least I got another winter squid. So yeah. But, you know, I don't think a lot's going to change between now. There is a chance, too, that hopefully these stone scale eel traps that's going to be part of survival might help make up the difference. I'm hoping. By the way, if you guys didn't see, I just caught an essence of water. Let's go. Oh, boy. Oh, one other... It's too late now. I'm too late to submit anything, I bet. But I did find 2 fish that have the same icon again, and it's bothering me. The summer bass and Loch Frenzy fish have the same fish icon. And now I want to change it. It's not right. Shouldn't be that way. If you did know too, hang on to your mitefish and large mitefish. What is that what they're called? Oh, glossy mitefish and large mitefish. Large mitefish are going to give like a bunch of strength, I think equivalent to a desert dumpling. And the blue one, the glossy mitefish, is going to make a spell penetration food after the patch. I mean, currently they make food, but after the patch, that food will give a different buff. So hang on to them. They're going to be valuable. I can't tell you how many I've sold over the years because I'm like, oh, this is pretty much junk food. I'm happy I'm still getting winter squid right here. Which, I believe winter squid is also an ocean fish. Crap. Wait, is it? It must be, surely. Winter squid. Yep. It is definitely an ocean fish. Well. Well. Oh, no. What are they gonna do? So I guess any data I'm collecting here is it's kind of junk at this point. I guess it's a good time capsule for later. Oh, hey, look, I got one of the small lustrous pearls. Here, let me show you. Oh, that isn't the right one. It's the iridescent pearls that look like it. Anyway, that's why I had that icon changed too. I'm trying to think, you know, with the crafting. I want to actually look exactly the wording they used for that note. Oh, do I not have a lore? I don't have a lure. Hold on, I'm going to go to the patch notes. I want to see what exactly they said about the craftable upgrades. Maybe it's itemization change log? It could be in there. Anyway, here's the fishing recipes I had mentioned. I'm wondering if this is going to change a lot of stuff. 30 stamina and 2 dodge is a lot, so... It must be in the itemization then. Here it is. Okay. Crafted item upgrades. We are introducing in an experimental way to keep crafted equipment relevant. Specific bosses will now have a chance to additionally drop a new upgrade item, such as a sharpening stone. This item will be usable on specific items to upgrade them to the overall power level of the raid it has been acquired from, if not slightly higher, and include new effects. The caveat with this is that you need to be proficient in the profession that's required to make the item, such as requiring swordsmithing if it is an upgraded crafted sword, meaning these professions stay relevant for longer with special benefits should you acquire these upgrades. This will initially be added only to Blackwing Lair, with it expanding into later tiers depending on how it is received. All of you better receive it really well. I want this to work. I want this to work real bad. Where do you think the rogue class weapon quest is going to be? And is it going to be a dagger? Do you think I should bother? I mean, Vrograg does have a Thunder Fury, so it feels kind of like a little ham-fisted go for a rogue class weapon too. But I kind of want to do the quest. Because if it's anything like other rogue quests, I'm going to have to do some really cool rogue stuff. Which obviously means I mean, come on. It's got to be in Ravenhold Manor, right? I know, I think it was designer Dave who mentioned this. Keen-eyed rogues would have noticed somewhat recently. Vrograg Fish this way. I've been getting these precise lock cylinders from pickpocketing. Now, I was told that they're like a fix for like some kind of cheesy thing that was happening in Ravenhold. But that tells me that the devs have been thinking about Ravenhold. So my guess is it's going to have to do something with Ravenhold. I don't know for sure, but that's my guess. I actually genuinely don't know. Time will tell. As far as the Warlock quest, I don't know where that would start. What's the most Warlocky area? There's like the Altar of Storms and Burning Steppe, I guess. That's very Warlocky. Did you do the stretch? I didn't even see the stretch. I see it now. I will do the stretch. Let me finish up this lore route, Cankren. Demonfall Canyon? Where is that? Is that in Fellwood? That's the one I'm thinking of. Okay, that lure's just about done. I'm stretching. Ashenvale, south from Lumber Mill. Oh, yeah, that is really Warlocky. You're right. I really should be saving my aquadynamic fish attractors. Wait, do I? No. And Murrog's going to be home soon. They're going to have to wrap things up. So I don't want to waste a whole boat because a boat's like an hour. I think that's, you actually have to fight, you have to fight someone for the axe quest. I forget. You have to fight some orc for the axe quest there too. It was really cool. I remember I have like a screenshot somewhere because I was excited because the ghost of the orc shouted my name out. I'm like, oh look, he knows who I am. Grom Hellscream, thank you. I kept wanting to say Grom's Blood. I'm like, that's not his name. That's the herb. It's very soloable as a rogue if you know what you're doing. Hey Blade. Hi, by the way. Blade usually joins late because he's West Coast. But Blade, a couple news items for you. Survival's getting fully reset on patch. You'll be zeroed out. You'll have to learn survival again from scratch. All the cities are going to have trainers. Be prepared. We don't know how to be prepared, but be ready for that eventuality. Well, you know, Blade, I also did it for cleaning cloths. Do you remember that patch where we had cleaning cloths? Before Wind Fury was an aura, we had cleaning cloths so rogues could clean poisons off to get Wind Fury, but they didn't work, or like they weren't like learned correctly. And then in the patch, we got Wind Fury as an aura. The cleaning cloths finally worked. So I have that one. Also, fishing boats and gardening, the gardening boxes are also survival. You had Darsada make me like 30. Yeah. Exactly. It was such a shame. It'll be interesting to see what happens. Also, hey Blade, do you want to see something I broke? I fixed it technically. I think it was because it was the most recent. So in today's changelog, it's a pretty short one, but I broke Hygel fishing by answering the question honestly and truthfully. So I told team members, I'm like, hey, you shouldn't be able to catch coastal fish in Hygel. They had asked if there's anything weird with fishing tables, and I told them truthfully. So I don't think we can get stone scale eel, winter squid, firefin, big mouth clams, I guess. A couple other fish, mitefish, glossy mitefish from Hygel anymore. Possibly. I think that's what the fix is. I know you don't fish a lot. I'm just saying, like, there's some people I need to apologize to. Oh, winter squid too, I guess. Although winter squid's going away for everyone soon. I believe it's supposed to happen on the equinox. We'll see what happens, but oh man. I guess all I can do is grab as many stone scale as I can greedily and then hold on to them. I'm gonna make a mint. Not really. Also, I know none of you would care that much about it, but for me, I will wait like a full week before I sell any stone scale because I technically had insider information on this one because like I know what that change means, so I don't want to take advantage of stuff. It feels dirty, it feels wrong. I just like fishing for fishing's sake, honestly, half the time. So Blade, don't worry. I mean, Blade, I know when you have previously done work for the team, you've seen me harp on about this. I have long requested that. Blade's talking about disguises not really doing a lot. Like, technically, really anything. I mean, they technically change how you look. There's no functionality to them. Doesn't need to be anything game-breaking. Maybe even just more of them, or being able to take them out of certain zones would be cool. Because currently they don't really do anything. And it's kind of a bummer. I think, and granted, this is something that will make no game balance sense, but if you have a disguise on, you should be able to do stealth openers. That would break so many things. But you should be able to. Yeah, I know. Like, they break on, like, snowballs. Anything that could aggro a guard will break them. Yeah, I think that would be pretty cool, too. A Scarlet Crusade one would be pretty nice. Now, don't get me wrong, I do genuinely think that, like, if you pickpocket while you are in disguise, and you get resist, you should lose your disguise. I'm still on board with that. But I'm just saying, like, it'd be cool to, like, be able to go in those areas disguised and not get attacked. Oh, they could have, like, a Furbolg disguise. That would be so cool. Could you imagine, like, okay, most people know, right, when you're leveling up and you kind of want to go to Winterspring and you're kind of finishing up with Fellwood, you're like, I gotta do that grind for the Timbermaw, right? To get enough rep to be able to go through the cave. They should have a suspicious merchant right there who will sell you the recipe for a Timbermaw disguise to let you walk through unscathed. I mean, that wouldn't harm much. It would be perfect in line with what rogues do. What I use the disguise profession for is sometimes when I'm feeling a little feisty, I will put on my peasant disguise right here. Hold on, I'll change it to a second. I will take a bunch of the fish that I've caught. I'll set up like a tent and I'll stand outside of usually Stormwind or any sort of like Alliance leveling hub. And I have like a bunch of macros. I'll put like not an orc's fishery, like selling today. And I'll just sell them like whatever, like a copper piece for most of the fish. I don't really care. But the whole joke is that like my character is still Vrograg, right? And they can see that I'm a horde. But I'll just be like, oh yeah, this is not an orc's fishing establishment. Welcome. And they'll be like, sometimes people will engage in RP, like, I don't know, there's something looks off about you. Like, what are you talking about? The news orc title doesn't help. They shouldn't see that in RP. Blade, did you just see that? It broke when I picked a fish up. My peasant disguise broke when I... that disguise, it's worthless. Totally a human fish merchant, nothing fishy here. Exactly, that's pretty much what I say. And then like RP, I'll be like, man, I sure do love being a human. Being a human's great. Am I right? Am I right, fellow humans? Exactly, Blade. Like, why even have it if, like, a stiff breeze knocks my disguise off? I can't even RP as a human fisher who's infiltrating Stormwind with a disguise on because when I go fishing and I catch a fish, I'll lose my disguise. Come on, Turtle Team. Come on. If you're going to resurrect some of the old weird janky stuff from ancient vanilla, hey, put a little spitshine on it. That's all I'm saying. It doesn't have to be, like, amazing. Really? So you can use attack abilities, but if you auto attack, it goes. So it's auto attack, not Sinister Strike, that does it. Does that mean you could cheap shot or like sap? If you one shot mobs, you're in the clear. Oh, good. No, I didn't catch anything. Oh yeah, that would work. That would work. Do you think it works with shoot? Shoot isn't auto attack. Eh? You know, the real problem with Vrograg is that I can never really do PvP as Vrograg. It's super awkward when like I sap someone or I kill them and they're like, "Oh my god, I love your videos." Like, what can I do at that point? Like, there's no win scenario for me. Oh, Blade. Where is it? Hold on. I have that icon for the Shard of Aldrak. Do you see the icon? That's the first draft render of the icon that the art team made. I know it's not perfectly round, but it is definitely better than what you currently have. I want you to know I said the same thing, but I'll tell you this as well. Beggars cannot be choosers, and I am just a beggar. I do not... I am someone who just makes community asks. I am not paying the art team. I'm saying, hey, these are things the community wants. And then I talk to people on the team, and they say, this one's good. This one's bad. Don't worry about it. And then they go, this one we don't want you to do. Ask someone on the art team. So, I think we could agree it's an improvement from Solid Stone. I think we can at least agree on that. Oh, man. Oh, do you guys think the Barkskin Fisher's up? No, he's not up. He's not even here. Can we get the throw ability to show my throwing weapon icon, please? Would be nice. Oh, yeah, I guess that's true. So what Blade's talking about here is, see, like I have the shoot icon right here. It doesn't show my bow. It just shows that I have a shoot icon. Warcraft 2. I told you only on Wednesdays, but my Wednesdays are very busy. Real Kangren. Also, you're going to get like a real long stream out of me because, I should have said this. I'm going to be streaming Friday when the patch drops. If everything works out timetable-wise, I'm going to do like the server first race for BWL on Ambershire and see how they deal with the new BWL stuff. They're gonna die a bunch. The knife icon when I have a rock hurts my immersion. Yeah. I think there are actually... I think you can do something with macros to make the weapon icon show up. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure there is. I mean, that would work. The thing that I was always annoyed by, like now I have like currently I can just use this bow and I'm good for forever, pretty much for what I want. But like, I would have a gun I would use for tanking, but then I'd have a bow I would use for DPS. And then I also had a crossbow to use sometimes. I know there's a macro to just be like, shoot whatever is in your ranged weapon slot. Which, by the way, should just be standard. Rock is bis for all. No, it's not bis for Rexana because it's not an axe. Checkmate Blade. She already has her bis axe for throwing. Actually, no, I think there is technical. I think the PvP throwing axe is better. I ain't getting that, but. Oh yeah, for rogue stuff, it's definitely. That's got to be the best. Although I will say, overheated Sky Razors is surprisingly good. It's kind of crazy they put that in MC. Because it just gives haste. Haste isn't wasted on a class that has low global cooldown and too much energy. Oh, Blade, where do you think the rogue class weapon's going to be? We were just looking at that before. They didn't say, like, you know, obviously discovering the quest is going to be a big part of the quest. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. But I'm curious, where do you think it should be? All the new throwing weapons are very fast and scale poorly with deadly throw. Makes me sad. Yeah, I guess that's true. The Flight Blade throwing axe might do decent. No? I don't think that's too quick. I might be wrong. You hope that it's a sword dagger that can swap back and forth like Benediction Anathema. Yeah, that would be nice as someone who has a Thunder Fury. Kind of like... I don't want to have to, like, have a dagger, too. I'm trying to think of, like, what would theme well for, like, being a rogue with a weapon, right? And it's got to, in some way, be a dagger, right? But that does ignore the maces, swords, and axes we can use. Also, hold on, Blade. You said looking at the icon. Where was the icon? They have a matching sword dagger model they teased? Excuse me. Where was that teased? They even show it in the trailer? Oh, when they briefly show items are dropping Timber Mall. That's a crapshoot, though. We don't know. It does deserve its own model, I would argue, as does any class weapon. Warlocks already have one of the best class weapons ever, because that Scythe T-Mog looks so good. It was funny, because I was doing something. I was looking for, like... I was looking for some icon, and I bumped into the Sunken Temple class quest for Warlocks. And I'm like, oh, look, this trinket makes your Voidwalker summon not cost a soul shard, and it makes it cost no mana. And Murag turned to look at me. She's like, no, you take the scythe. That's the coolest T-Mog ever. And I'm like, oh, that's what that is? She's like, yeah, all the Warlocks do it. Okay. It is true, though. I mean, the Hunter class quest gets you 2 weapons, right? Because you get the bow and the stat stick, right? And with Priest, you get Benediction Anathema. So it would stand to reason that there would be some sort of duality or pairing of the other class weapons. I don't know how they would do that for Warlocks. could have like a shadow or a fire form, I guess. So, something to think about, though. This is going to be my last lure, because Vrograg's going to be home soon, and I got to wrap things up. So, I hope you guys have enjoyed this little fish and news catch-up. There's going to be plenty of fun things to do on the server, including checking out the hydro fishing loot tables after I broke them, and getting ready to be at 0 survival after the patch. Get ready to go gather some wood, I guess. It'll be a good time. That link I just dropped. All right, we'll take a look at that. The link you dropped. Did you drop a link? Where did you drop a link? Is it in DMs? I do not see it. Did you tag me in a Discord? You did. Nope, no you didn't. I don't see what you're talking about. It might have, if you tried dropping a link, I think links aren't always enabled in the stream chat. Yeah, I'll take a look at DMs. All right, we'll take a look at these weapons, then we'll wrap up. Oh, I'm out of lore. Dang it. Oh, I still got the clam. All right. Let's see here. Okay, so full disclosure, the file name of this picture is nightmareweapons.png. Presumably these are going to come out of the Nightmares of Versailles. That doesn't mean that this isn't going to be the Warlock and Rogue class weapon item quests things. We do have some nice sort of ZG looking scythe sword things. Long polearm looking axes, almost halberds are so long. A creepy looking mace. That mace gives me the heebie-jeebies. You know, I could see it. Anyway, that's where I'm going to wrap up for now. I need to go to apologize to a bunch of people about ruining hydro fishing, so I'll be busy doing that. Like I said, I do plan to be streaming Friday for the patch drop. If everything goes smoothly, or smooth-ish, and BWL's release for Ambershire is still on time, we'll be able to take a look at what that's like. That should be a good time. Keep an ear out on the radio for my news segments. Said it a bunch, but Survival's going to get zeroed out. Trainers are on your cities. The new changelog is out too for the weekly reset. But yeah, otherwise, everyone, you're going to have a great time this week. Just remember, weird stuff always happens during patch, so be prepared for that if you haven't been through it before. All right, so as always, take care of yourself, take care of one another. When you're playing games, the object is to have fun, so make sure you are doing that. Otherwise, you're not really playing a game. And as always, remember, the deadliest weapon is knowledge. Bye, guys. Have a good night.